Chapter 1690. Other than the miners who specialized in extracting divine crystals, there were many cultivators in standard armor scattered in the surroundings. They were all emotionless as they coldly stared at the surroundings. They gave off extremely powerful presences to the miners. The people in standard armor were all at the Origin realm, and there were quite a few at Reciprocity among them. These people were the defensive force of the Liu family stationed here. They were a quarter of the core force of the Liu family. Among these guards, only a small portion of them were patrolling around. Most of them were standing in a specific position, like stone sculptures, not moving at all. If one looked carefully, it would not be difficult to discover that if the positions of these people were connected, they would form an extremely powerful killing formation. A killing formation composed of so many Origin realm experts was obviously extremely powerful. Even deities would struggle to gain any benefits if they came here. Among the stone buildings that stood in the depths of the abyss, there was a stone tower that was 100 meters tall. Not only was this stone tower the tallest building here, but there was also a powerful energy fluctuation that faintly radiated from the stone tower. This stone tower was clearly extraordinary. At this moment, there was a short and skinny old man with a hooked nose standing at the top of the stone tower. He was looking down from above. His somewhat harsh lips would occasionally reveal a feminine smile, giving him a crafty feeling. Being the supervisor here really is a lucrative job. I can earn a great amount of money every year. Even the godhood elders of the clan don't earn as much as here. Haha, I only need to be here for 1,000 years. No, not 1,000 years. I only need 100 years, and I'll be able to earn a huge fortune, thought the short man. The short old man thought to himself. He liked this place very much. To him, this place was as beautiful as heaven. Of course, he did not like the environment here. Instead, he liked the divine crystal mine. As the supervisor, he possessed the greatest authority here. He was in charge of everything here. All the divine crystals that the miners mined had to be handed to him, and he would then be responsible for handing them over to the Liu family. Apart from that, some miners would leave behind a small portion of the divine crystals they handed over to the supervisor in order to get a little bit of special treatment. As a result, even if the supervisor didn't do anything, he would still receive a huge amount of money just from the bribes he received. It's just a pity that only a tiny portion of the divine crystals that the miners give me actually belongs to me. I have to hand over the rest to the elders. The short old man sighed gently. He was unwilling to accept this, but he also felt a sense of helplessness. The Liu family was extremely strict with the supervisors of the mine. They would never allow anyone to embezzle the divine crystals. The reason why he dared to do so was because he had the support of the elders of the Liu family. As a result, even if the patriarch of the Liu family knew about this, he could only turn a blind eye out of consideration for the elders. At this moment, the miners below suddenly fell into an uproar. At the same time, a strand of extremely pure origin energy appeared. The miners below, as well as a few patrolling guards in standard armor, quickly gathered together. They were all shocked as they discussed something intensely. The short old man's face turned cold as he flew down from the stone tower. At the same time, he said in a condescending tone, "What's the commotion? Disperse and go do what you need to do." A few of the guards immediately became displeased when they heard the short old man's words. The short old man was not powerful, only at late reciprocity. On the other hand, some of the guards had already reached the peak of reciprocity, so they did not take the old man seriously. However, they did not dare to offend him because he had the support of a godhood elder. "It's high-grade god. It's high-grade god. Sir, someone has excavated a high-grade god." A few miners ran over excitedly. One of them held a fist-sized divine crystal in his hand. It shone like a gemstone, and it radiated with extremely pure origin energy. The short old man became stunned. He stared at the fist-sized divine crystal blankly as disbelief flooded his face. This was because the Dark Cloud Mountains were only a small low-grade divine crystal mine. Usually, only low-grade divine crystals could be mined from a mine like this. If one was lucky, one could come across a few mid-grade divine crystals from time to time. As for high-grade divine crystals, it was impossible for them to appear in a mere low-grade divine crystal mine. Arminus, is it really a high-grade divine crystal? The short old man was dumbfounded. He had never seen a high-grade divine crystal in his entire life. Even mid-grade divine crystals were only the size of a thumb, yet the high-grade divine crystal before him was the size of a fist. The standard unit of measurement for divine crystals was a thumb-sized cube. It was about a centimeter in length, width, and height. However, if this fist-sized piece of high-grade divine crystal were to be divided, it would be dozens, or even hundreds of high-grade divine crystals. The short old man snatched the high-grade divine crystal. Greed flashed through his eyes, but it was extinguished very quickly. He understood extremely well that if it was a low-grade divine crystal, he would be able to take some of it. However, if it was a high-grade divine crystal, he could not touch it at all. Otherwise, even the elders behind him would not be able to protect him. I need to return to the clan immediately and report this to the Patriarch. Since high-grade divine crystals have actually appeared in the Dark Cloud Mountains, this definitely isn't a low-grade divine crystal mine. The short old man was extremely excited. If he reported this, it would be a great merit. However, at this moment, an extremely terrifying pulse of energy suddenly appeared. The pitch-black sky in the depths of the Dark Cloud Mountains suddenly lit up. The sky became red in a single instant as flames burned, blotting out the sun and enveloping the entire mountain range. The temperature in the surroundings suddenly skyrocketed. Chapter 1691. The short old man laughed disdainfully when he saw how serious the captain of the guards was. He mocked, "Captain Foam, why are you so nervous? Don't forget that the formation here was personally set up by the ancestor. Even a godly state expert would find it difficult to break it." However, before the short old man had even finished speaking, a deafening rumble rang out from the sky. The protective formation that had just been activated shattered loudly in less than a second. At this moment, whether it was the short old man or the Origin Realm guards, they all stared at the shattered formation in shock. Their hearts churned. Even deities would struggle to get through the protective formation. It could last for a while even if it was attacked by several deities, yet it had shattered in a single moment. God! At that moment, this thought suddenly appeared in many people's heads. In their opinion, only gods could break through the protective formation so easily. Pure white snow began to fall from the sky at that moment, turning into a flurry of snow very soon. Snow swirled in the air as cold winds whistled. At that moment, the depths of the Dark Cloud Mountains seemed to have fallen into an icy cavern. The ground was covered in a thick layer of snow in the blink of an eye. In the sky that was covered in snow, a clear sword hum suddenly rang out. A sharp and powerful sword chi radiated with dazzling white light, breaking through the interweaving snow and shooting down. The chasm began to shake. All the stone huts there floated into the air at that moment, revolving around the stone tower. They quickly formed a defensive formation. Boom! When the sword chi struck the defensive formation, it immediately erupted with a boom. The entire chasm shook violently as powerful energy ripples wreaked havoc. Huge cracks appeared on the walls of the chasm as rocks tumbled down, kicking up a cloud of dust as they smashed into the ground. The formation formed by all the stone huts and the tower managed to block the sword chi, but a tiny crack appeared on all the stone huts. As for the tower, a floor directly collapsed, reducing it to nothingness. All the miners and guards of the Liu family paled at this sight. Their hearts trembled. While they were stationed here, they had encountered many people who had set their sights on this place. However, they had never encountered such a powerful opponent. The formation that they were so proud of, and even treated as their life to protect, was actually so fragile. Could not even withstand a single blow. "Get into the Celestial Dipper formation," Captain Fong cried out in a deep voice. Immediately, the guards, who stood in a special position like statues, began to move at the same time. A complicated and mysterious formation appeared under their feet. All the formations merged together and formed a powerful formation in an instant. "I hope the Celestial Dipper formation can last a little longer." Captain Fong had already placed all his hopes on the formation. The Celestial Dipper formation was the final line of defense. If it collapsed as well, they would no longer have the power to face godhood experts. The patriarch of the Liu family currently sat in the cavern as he held a secret meeting with the upper echelon of the Liu family. Ever since the Liu family learnt that the Mo clan had taken away their treasure, they had entered a state of high vigilance. As a matter of fact, the upper echelon of the Liu family had already begun to silently gather all the power of the Liu family. They were waiting for the ancestors' orders so that they could directly attack the Mo clan. Of course, in order to prevent the Mo clan from discovering them, all of this was carried out secretly. Even a few people with some status in the Liu family had no idea about the changes that had occurred in the Liu family recently. They could only vaguely sense that the atmosphere in the Liu family had suddenly become rather heavy, as if a storm was brewing. However, many people believed that this heavy atmosphere was caused by Liu Fei's betrayal. At this moment, the patriarch's face changed as he presided over the meeting. With a flip of his hand, a golden jade talisman shattered. The patriarch's face suddenly changed when he saw the jade talisman. He immediately said through a communication technique, "An emergency has occurred in the Dark Cloud Mountains. They've sent the highest level of distress signal. Elders, may I ask if anyone is willing to pay a visit to the Dark Cloud Mountains?" The Liu clan had 9 majestic palaces, which represented the 9 godly state elders of the Liu clan. However, one of the 9 palaces had already been reduced to ruins, and only 8 of them were still standing. There was a deity elder cultivating in each of the 8 halls. When they heard the patriarch's message, all of their eyes immediately snapped open. After a series of discussions, 3 deities flew out together in the end, hurrying towards the Dark Cloud Mountains. The snow in the Dark Cloud Mountains became heavier and heavier, basically blotting out the sun. Within the snow, a second strand of sword chi shot down with blinding light, striking the stone tower below. The sword chi was even more powerful than before. Boom! The stone tower began to tremble violently. This time, half of the tower turned into dust. Even a third of the stone houses around the stone tower followed in the footsteps of the stone tower, turning into dust that drifted down from the sky. As for the remaining 2/3 of the stone houses, although they did not shatter, they were covered in cracks that resembled spider webs. Swish! Then, the third sword chi suddenly appeared. It intertwined with the flying snow in the sky and bombarded the stone tower like a bolt of lightning with irresistible force. The third strand of sword chi was even more powerful than the second. After enduring the attacks of the 3 strands of sword chi, the formation that was said to be able to block the attacks of several deities finally collapsed. The remaining stone towers and all the remaining stone huts were reduced to dust in the air. However, the third strand of sword chi had yet to disperse. It still possessed some power, so it did not slow down at all. It continued to strike the Heaven's Dipper formation below. With a boom, all the Origin Realm cultivators in the formation trembled violently. Violent ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the chasm, causing thick cracks to appear in the surrounding cliff. A few places had already collapsed. The entire world shook, as if it was the end of the world. "Sir, this is the territory of the Liu family. Aren't you afraid of incurring the wrath of our ancestor by offending the Liu family for a mere low-grade divine crystal mine?" The old man called out to the sky with a pale face. It was impossible for deities to destroy the 2 formations so quickly. Only gods possessed the ability to do so. He really couldn't figure it out in his heart. The heavenly deity realm was a figure at the level of the old ancestor. How lofty was their status? Why would they personally take action to rob a mere low-grade mine? Although the appearance of high-grade divine crystals here meant that the mine was definitely not low-grade, he refused to believe that the gods attacking the formations of the Lu family knew about the high-grade divine crystals. This was because the high-grade divine crystals had just been mined. It was impossible for the news to spread so quickly. The response he received was an extremely powerful streak of light. A 4-foot-long flying sword was hidden within the light, and the power of the laws of the sword revolved around the flying sword. It collided with the Heaven's Dipper formation with devastating might. The strike was clearly much more powerful than any of the sword chi from before. The Heaven's Dipper formation cast down by so many Origin Realm cultivators was as fragile as tofu before the strike, directly collapsing. All the Origin Realm cultivators vomited blood as their faces became extremely pale. They became haggard, and half of them directly fainted. This was especially true for the spirit formations beneath their feet. Popping sounds could be heard as they exploded, creating huge craters in the ground. The snow that filled the sky gradually came to a stop. High up in the sky, a dazzling white light was shining. It was slowly drifting down to the underground abyss. As for the white light, it was not real light. It was an incomparably sharp sword light. Within the sword light, one could vaguely see a slender figure. He seemed to become a sun when he appeared. The snow-white light around him illuminated the dark abyss. The underground chasm fell silent at that moment. Whether it was the miners or the Origin Realm guards of the Lu family, they all stared at the figure that slowly descended in fear. None of them dared to say a single word. None of them chose to flee, because this was the depths of the underground, and there was only one exit. However, this exit had already been occupied by the powerful enemy that was already at the heavenly god realm in their eyes. The person who had attacked the Lu family's divine crystal mine was Jianchen. Chapter 1692. With Jianchen's words, the entire chasm fell silent. Some people even became stunned when they heard Jianchen's words. In their eyes, Jianchen was a supreme god. He stood on the same level as the ancestors of the 4 organizations that ruled over the region. His status was so great that it was extremely difficult for them, who were only at reciprocity at most, to even see him. However, at this moment, the person who should be a supreme expert in their eyes had actually personally come to rob the divine crystal mine. He did not care about his status as a god at all. His actions immediately stunned many people. Esteemed senior, this mine belongs to the Lu family. The ancestor of our Lu family places great importance on this mine. Moreover, it's only a low-grade mine, so only low-grade divine crystals can be mined. Mid-grade divine crystals are extremely rare, so a senior like you must not be interested in these divine crystals. The old man carefully bowed and said. At the same time, he paid close attention to Jianchen's reaction. After he finished speaking, his forehead was covered with a thin layer of sweat. Although the Lu family possessed a god, he had never seen one before. The senior before him was the first time he had seen a god. However, Jianchen was enveloped by a layer of light, so no one could see his appearance. The reason why the short old man brought up the Lu family's ancestor was because he hoped to intimidate this senior and instill fear in him. After all, the Lu family placed great importance on this mine. Without any exaggeration, the mine in the Dark Cloud Mountains was the lifeblood of the Lu family. They could not afford to lose it. Jianchen's eyes turned cold. He gently swung the flying snow sword in his hand, and with a flash, a silver-white sword chi shot toward the old man with lightning-like speed, as if it had fused with the snow. The old man was only at reciprocity. He was quite a powerful expert among the guards, but before Jianchen, who could even put up a fight against gods, he was as weak as an ant. He was unable to put up any resistance at all. Let alone putting up any resistance, He did not even have the time to react to Jianshan's casual sword chi. The short old man didn't come back to his senses at all, but he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in his right arm. He couldn't help but let out a shrill scream. Blood sprayed out from his right arm like a fountain. His entire right arm had been cut off by the sword chi. This is only a warning. I don't want to say the same thing a second time, Jianshan said coldly. Heavy killing intent filled his voice, warning everyone present that he was not afraid of the ancestor of the Liu family, nor was he afraid of offending the Liu family. Jianshan's merciless act of severing the old man's arm immediately made the expressions of all the guards of the Liu family change. However, none of them dared to say anything. Please spare my life, Senior. I'll hand over all the divine crystals I've excavated. Senior, please be magnanimous and spare this lowly one's worthless life. There are a total of over 5,000 low-grade divine crystals in this spatial ring. I originally planned to hand them over to the chief steward. Now, this lowly one will offer all these divine crystals to Senior. The miners in charge of excavating the divine crystals handed over their space rings without any hesitation. Although they had excavated quite a lot of divine crystals, the divine crystals did not belong to them. They had to hand them all over. As a result, whether they gave the divine crystals to the Liu family or to someone else, it was the same to them. They would not lose anything. Over 1,000 miners removed their space rings and placed them before Jianshan politely. Not only did none of them hide a single piece of low-grade divine crystal, but many of them even seemed to take pleasure in the Liu family's misfortune. Most of them had offended someone from the Liu family, or they had been captured for some other reason and were forced to work here. Naturally, they did not have a good impression of the Liu family. Now that they saw the Liu family suffer such a huge loss, they naturally felt extremely happy. As the miners handed over their space rings, a large pile of identical space rings was piled up before Jianshan. Every single space ring contained quite a lot of divine crystals. The short old man and the captain of the Liu family watched this unfold with ashen faces. Even though they were extremely furious, they dared not say anything. They did not even dare to show their anger on their faces. Right now, they only hoped that their ancestor would learn about what had happened and hurry over. Very soon, all the miners had handed over their space rings. Jianshan looked at the pile of space rings and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed like his plan to rob the Liu family of their divine crystal mine had gone much smoother than he had expected. Jianshan looked at the short old man and sneered, "Looks like you're the leader here, so you must have quite a lot of divine crystals on you. Hand over your space ring as well." The old man's face immediately became extremely ugly. After hesitating for a while, all he could do was grit his teeth and remove his space ring reluctantly. Although the things inside were all their belongings, compared to their lives, these worldly possessions were nothing. With a wave of his hand, the pile of space rings around him suddenly vanished. Jianshan had collected all of them. He could already tell that many of the miners had been imprisoned by the Liu family to mine divine crystals for them. Even their space rings were specially issued by the Liu family, so he obviously would not leave them to the Liu family. Senior, a high-grade divine crystal has just been excavated from the mine. A mine that can produce high-grade divine crystals is definitely not a low-grade mine. It's mid-grade at the very least, or even high-grade. At this moment, someone among the miners called out loudly. At this moment, one of the miners called out loudly. He was one of the miners who had been captured and imprisoned by the Liu family. He had long accumulated a monstrous hatred for the Liu family, so he was eager to cause more trouble for them. A mid-grade divine crystal mine? Jianshan's eyes lit up. He stared at the miner and asked, "What's your name?" The miner immediately became excited when he heard Jianshan ask for his name. He ignored the old man's murderous gaze and said politely, "Senior, I am Yi Xing. 500 years ago, I accidentally offended a clansman of the Liu family, so I was captured and brought here to mine divine crystals for them. Chapter 1693. Yeah. Jianchen nodded slightly. He was not surprised by Yi Xing's experience at all. Whether it was the Saint's world or the Tian Yuan continent of the past, the law of the jungle had never changed. There were countless people like Yi Xing across the world. Yi Xing was extremely polite. The person before him was an expert who did not even fear the ancestor of the Liu family. With his strength as a sainthood expert, he would not even dare to breathe too loudly before an expert like that. However, he was forced to pluck up his courage and carefully observe the senior's reaction right now. He had taken the initiative to mention the high-grade divine crystals here to cause trouble for the Liu family. At the same time, he had another thought, which was that he hoped the senior could take him away from here. Otherwise, the Liu family would never spare him for revealing the existence of the high-grade divine crystals. They would definitely torture him to death with the harshest methods possible. However, to Yi Xing's disappointment, the senior, who was protected by the sword light, didn't do anything after learning that there were high-grade divine crystals here. Aside from Yi Xing, all the miners gathered there stared at Jianchen hopefully. Basically, all of them hoped that Jianchen and the Liu family would become heavily injured so that they could use this opportunity to escape and regain their freedom. Jianchen stood there quietly. The light around him illuminated the dark chasm, making him seem as dazzling as a miniature sun. A large group of miners and guards of the Liu family gathered in the surroundings. None of them dared to breathe too loudly. They all felt uneasy. Jianchen had expanded the senses of his soul long ago. Even though the senses of his soul were suppressed in the Saint's world, and could not cover an area as great as on the Tian Yuan continent, it still completely enveloped the Dark Cloud Mountains. Tunnels had already been dug into the depths of the Dark Cloud Mountains. Countless tunnels crisscrossed and extended in all directions. They had basically formed an extremely huge maze that led to the depths of the earth. However, the Liu family had clearly made sufficient preparations to prevent the miners from escaping through the tunnels. Basically, all the tunnels that extended beyond the Dark Cloud Mountains were covered in powerful formations. Even reciprocity experts would need to spend some time to get through them, so they had completely cut off any thoughts of escaping. In just a single moment, the senses of Jianchen's soul pierced through all the mines of various sizes. However, what made him frown was that it was very difficult for the senses of his soul to penetrate any place where divine crystals were hidden. Even for some ordinary rocks, the range of the senses of his soul was extremely limited. He was unable to observe the divine crystals hidden in the rocks with the senses of his soul. After all, this was the Saint's world. There was nothing that the Tian Yuan continent could compare to. Yi Xing, take me to where the high-grade divine crystals are, Jianchen said. Yi Xing was overjoyed and agreed in a hurry. He was afraid that Jianchen would become annoyed if he was too slow, so he nodded and led Jianchen into the tunnel. The old man and many of the guards of the Liu family all became excited when they saw that Jianchen was about to enter the tunnel. When Jianchen was here, they did not dare to flee. They could only remain there in fear as they could lose their lives at any time. However, once Jianchen entered the tunnel, it meant that there was hope for them to escape as well. However, just when Jianchen was about to enter the tunnel, he suddenly came to a halt. With a wave of his hand, the flying snow sword shot out as a silver streak of light. It hovered in the air with a cold glow, and the clear thrum of the sword would ring out from time to time. Snow would fall from the sky as well. This sword is controlled by the senses of my soul. Even if I enter the tunnel, I'll know everything that happens outside. If anyone tries to escape... Jianchen stopped talking, but the heavy killing intent in his voice made all the people who wanted to flee shiver. Old ancestor, you must come quickly. The short old man kept praying in his heart. Jianchen arrived at the place where the high-grade divine crystals had been mined very soon under Yi Xing's lead. It did not seem any different from anywhere else. It was all tough rock. Jianchen glanced around and formed a sword with his finger. Immediately, a 4-foot-long, silver-white sword chi shot out, stabbing into the place where the high-grade divine crystals had just been mined. The tough rock was as fragile as tofu before the sword chi. Jianchen's sword chi did not penetrate the rock at all. After drawing a circle with a diameter of 1 meter, he separated it from the rock and dug out a 4-foot-tall pillar in the end. Jianchen stared at the pillar for a while. Then, he used the sword chi at the tip of his finger to quickly dissect the pillar. In the end, he discovered 2 divine crystals the size of pigeon eggs. The pure origin energy within them even moved Jianchen. High-grade divine crystals! Jianchen cried out. His face was filled with great joy. High-grade divine crystals had been mined so easily. This meant that the number of high-grade divine crystals hidden in the mine was far greater than he had imagined. This is a high-grade divine crystal mine. Even though it's only a small one, it's still very precious to us right now. Jianchen, you have to take over this divine crystal mine, no matter what you do. With these resources, not only will Xinjian be able to break through, but I'll be able to reconstruct my body even better. I might even be able to reconstruct a perfect body. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. After coming to the Saint's world, Jianchen had always kept the Bright Moon Divine Hall in his space ring. Jianchen carried it with him at all times while Fairy Haoyue reconstructed her body in the Bright Moon Divine Hall as well. However, it clearly could not be completed in a day or two. We probably can't take over this mine right now, Jianchen murmured. How could they take over the mine as long as the ancestor of the Liu family was not eliminated? Then hurry up and go back. Use the divine crystals you obtained here to help Xinjian break through, and then eliminate the ancestor of the Liu family as soon as possible so that we can take over this mine. Fairy Haoyue's voice was slightly urgent. Although she only needed a strand of origin energy to reconstruct her body, the reconstructed body would be the weakest of all. It might even be weaker than some mortals with stronger bodies. It would affect her rate of recovery in the future, so she naturally did not want to reconstruct a body like that. Jianchen pondered for a while before immediately leaving the mine with Yixing. With a few flashes, he reappeared outside. The flying snow sword hovered in the air, cutting off any thoughts of escape. As a result, all the miners and guards of the Liu family gathered here. Jianchen looked at the hopeful miners. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If you don't want to stay, then leave quickly. The Liu family will be destroyed soon, so there's no point in continuing to work for the Liu family." With that, he said, "There's no point." After saying that, Jianchen stowed the flying snow sword away and shot into the sky with Yi Xing in one hand. Jianchen's first half was for the miners, while the second half was more for the guards of the Liu family. Not all the guards were members of the Liu family. Most of them had been recruited by the Liu family, or they had joined the Liu family of their own accord in search of a backer. As expected, the expressions of many of the guards changed when they heard Jianchen's last half. They were all surprised and doubtful. If the Liu family really was about to be destroyed, would they not be courting death if they continued to work for the Liu family? Chapter 1694. In the blink of an eye, all the miners who had been trapped by the Liu family to mine divine crystals for them had fled. In the past, the mountain range had been enveloped by formations. Coupled with the large number of guards standing guard, they had no hope of escaping. Now that the formations had been destroyed by a mysterious god, even the guards of the Liu family were stunned. They obviously would not let go of this rare opportunity, so they all scrambled to escape. The miners had all reached sainthood, and a few of them had even reached the origin realm, so they were obviously not stupid. Although they knew that it was extremely likely that they would be hunted down by the Liu family if they fled, and it would be very difficult for them to survive, they knew even better that they would not be able to escape death if they stayed after what had happened in the Dark Cloud Mountains today. The miners had leaked the news that there was a mid-grade divine crystal mine at the very least, or even a high-grade divine crystal mine. They had caused great trouble for the Lu family, so the Lu family would never let them go. The Origin Realm guards of the Lu family did not chase after them. They did not chase after the miners who had fled. Instead, they stood at the bottom of the chasm in surprise and doubt. Clearly, what Jian Chen had said before had affected them greatly. "What are you standing around for? Chase after them. Chase after them. Don't let them escape. If the news of high-grade divine crystals being mined here is leaked, all of us will be severely punished." Only now did the old man return to his senses. He immediately called out to the guards in the surroundings. He was worried and his face was pale. He also understood that the clan was probably in trouble now. The guards in the surroundings all looked at each other. The light in their eyes flickered as they hesitated. The reason they became the guards of the Lu clan was to find a powerful backer so that they could cultivate in peace. If their backer could not keep his position, they would not be so stupid as to continue to work for him. In particular, the fact that the Lu family possessed a mid-grade divine crystal mine, at the very least, and the words of a god made them realize that their backer would not be able to last much longer. If they continued to work for the Lu family, they would only end up losing their lives in the end. Captain Feng glanced around and sighed inwardly, but his expression did not change. He shouted coldly, "Chase! Everyone, chase!" Captain Feng's prestige in the hearts of these guards was naturally higher than the short old man's. Following his order, the gathered guards of the Lu family immediately soared into the sky and chased after the fleeing miners at their fastest speed. Of course, most of them changed out of their robes as quickly as they could as they pursued. They even changed out of their space rings. When they caught up to the fleeing miners, they did not kill them. Instead, they did not slow down at all, directly passing by the miners and disappearing into the distance with lightning speed. Of course, there was a small portion of the guards who were loyal to the Lu family. They did their best to hunt down the fleeing miners. Most of the miners who were still at sainthood just gave up when faced with the pursuit of the Origin Realm guards. They were unable to fight back at all. Immediately, a large number of miners were slaughtered mercilessly. Not long after, 3 powerful auras suddenly descended from the depths of the Dark Cloud mountain range. The 3 immortal state elders of the Lu clan had finally arrived. However, when they saw the 3 damaged formations, all of them had a solemn expression. "Greetings to the 3 elders." Captain Feng and the short old man, who were still here, bowed respectfully. "What's going on here?" A god state elder of the Lu clan said coldly. "Elder, we mined a high-grade divine crystal here. Then, we were attacked by a heavenly god." The short old man told the truth. "What? A high-grade divine crystal has been excavated here?" The 3 elders were all surprised. They were overjoyed, but their faces became extremely ugly very soon. If the news of a high-grade divine crystal had not been leaked, it would have been a joyous occasion for the Lu family. They would not have needed many years to gain control of such a rich resource. Their Lu family would have been able to surpass the other 3 clans and become the absolute ruler of the region. It would even be possible for them to move into the provincial city. However, if the news was leaked, it would definitely be a huge problem for the Lu family. "We need to report this to the ancestor as soon as possible. We'll leave the god who attacked here to the ancestor for now, but we need to eliminate all the miners who have fled. Even the guards who want to leave the Lu family can't be spared. Kill them all. We have to cover up the news of a high-grade divine crystal," an elder of the Lu family said sternly. He immediately sent the news back to the Lu family. Afterwards, the 3 elders did not hesitate at all. They personally killed the miners and guards who had fled. Their divine sense covered a very wide area. Many miners and guards had yet to escape from their divine sense. They even clearly observed which guards were loyal to the Lu clan and which guards wanted to leave the Lu clan through their divine sense. At the same time, in the Lu family, the patriarch of the Lu family, who was holding a meeting, also received the message from the 3 godly state experts. His expression changed immediately, and he immediately stopped the meeting and informed all the godly state elders of the Lu family through voice transmission. Immediately, the 5 other elders who watched over the clan swarmed out. They hurried to the dark cloud mountains as quickly as they could to join in the encirclement. As godhood elders, they usually watched over the clan. They were the peak battle prowess of the clan, and rarely would they take action. Even if they did, it would be against opponents of the same level. They would never go up against Origin Realm experts or even weaker godhood experts. However, the news of a high-grade divine crystal appearing in the dark cloud mountains was just too great. In order to cover up the news, the miners and the guards who fled spread the news. The godhood elders who usually watched over the Lu family all moved out. Even though the news of the high-grade divine crystal had already been made known to another unknown god, it was still better for as few people as possible to know about this matter. The patriarch of the Lu family did not remain idle either. He sent the news of what had happened in the dark cloud mountains to the ancestor of the Lu family. At this moment, the ancestor of the Lu family was flying through the sky at high speed. He was on his way to the royal capital. When he received the news from the patriarch, his face suddenly changed. He came to a halt as the light in his eyes flickered with uncertainty. After a moment of hesitation, the ancestor of the Lu family did not return in the end. He continued on his way to the royal capital. At the same time, he sent a message to the patriarch of the Lu family: "Do everything you can to seal off the news. At the same time, investigate the identity of that god." Jianchen flew with Yixing. Only after leaving the dark cloud mountains far away did he descend in a mountain range. He placed Yixing on the ground and said, "This is already the territory of the Mo clan. It's several hundred kilometers away from the Lu family's territory, so be careful. It'll be very difficult for the Lu family to find you." Yixing bowed towards Jianchen politely and said gratefully, "Thank you for saving my life, senior. Please tell me your name. If there's a day when I become successful, I will definitely repay senior's kindness." "There's no need for that. You told me about the high-grade divine crystal, and I saved you. We're even now. Keep the divine crystals for cultivation. It's best if you don't appear in the outside world for now, just in case the people of the Lu family find you. As for the Lu family, if nothing unexpected happens, they should cease to exist in a few years," said Jianchen. At the same time, he passed a space ring to Yixing. There were some divine crystals inside. "Thank you, senior." After separating from Yixing, Jianchen returned to the Mo clan as quickly as he could. Jianchen and Shun Jian tidied up the space rings they had obtained from the miners in the dark cloud mountains in the 7th hall of the Mo clan. They counted all the divine crystals inside. Chapter 1695. There were over 1,000 space rings, and every single space ring contained different amounts of divine crystals. Some of them had 4,000 or 5,000 low-grade divine crystals, while others only had a few dozen. There would be a few mid-grade divine crystals from time to time as well, but mid-grade divine crystals made up an extremely small proportion. It was nowhere close to 1%. After a quick count, they had obtained over 900,000 low-grade divine crystals from the miners and close to 100 mid-grade divine crystals. With so many divine crystals stacked together, it seemed like a small mountain. To Jianchen and Shun Jian, who had only possessed over 100,000 low-grade divine crystals at most when they had just arrived in the Saint's world, the small mountain of divine crystals was clearly a great visual impact. "I never thought that divine crystals would come so easily. It's only been so long, and we've obtained close to 1,000,000 low-grade divine crystals without any effort at all," Shun Jian sighed emotionally. "Are these divine crystals enough for you to break through to mid-deity?" Jianchen looked at Shun Jian. Shun Jian stared at the pile of divine crystals and said after a moment of thought, "It should be enough." With a flip of his hand, another space ring appeared in Jianchen's hand. He smiled. "If it's not enough, there's more here." The divine crystals in here can even allow you to break through to late deity. Shen Jian raised an eyebrow when he heard that. He stared at Jianchen in surprise and asked, "Just how many divine crystals did you get from the mines of the Liu family this time? Take a look for yourself. All the divine crystals are here." Jianchen passed the space ring in his hand to Shen Jian. The space ring happened to be the one the old man wore. As the old man was the supervisor of the mines, all the divine crystals that the miners mined would be gathered with the old man every once in a while. The old man would then hand it over to the clan every once in a while. As a result, the old man possessed an extremely large number of divine crystals. When Shen Jian accepted the space ring and checked the number of divine crystals inside, he leapt in fright. This was because the number of divine crystals in the space ring had actually reached over 2 million in an extremely terrifying manner. There were even several hundred mid-grade divine crystals, and there was even a fist-sized high-grade divine crystal. So many. Shen Jian was immediately surprised. In particular, when he saw the fist-sized high-grade divine crystal, he struggled to remain calm. The Dark Cloud Mountains are a high-grade divine crystal mine. I think the various large organizations will learn about this very soon. Even the powerful clans of the Dong province don't possess a high-grade divine crystal mine. When the time comes, a struggle will be unavoidable. Shen Jian, cultivate as hard as you can in the next few days. Once we have enough strength, we can take some of the mining rights from the powerful clans of the Dong province. This mine is extremely useful to us, so we need to fight for it, Jianchen said. All right, I'll enter seclusion immediately. My comprehension of laws has already surpassed my current level of cultivation. All I lack is origin energy. Now that I have these divine crystals, I'll be able to break through before long, said Jianchen. Shen Jian said before immediately entering seclusion with the million low-grade divine crystals. He did his best to increase his strength. Jianchen took the space ring with over 2 million low-grade divine crystals and entered the Bright Moon Divine Hall. Shangguan Mu'er newbies, Shao Jin, Shao Ling, the White Tiger, Ruijin, Honglian, Heiyu, Houston, and so on were all cultivating in the Bright Moon Divine Hall. Ever since Jianchen had entered the Saints' world, they could clearly sense the changes to the laws of the world in the Bright Moon Divine Hall. As a result, they basically spent all their time in seclusion, and their strength had clearly increased. After Jianchen arrived, he roused all of them without any hesitation and gathered them together. Big brother, when are you going to let Xiaoling out? Xiaoling really wants to see the outside world and see if she can find Master. As soon as she saw Jianchen, Xiaoling ran over excitedly. She hugged one of Jianchen's arms tightly. The others all looked at Jianchen as well. They asked about the situation in the outside world. The situation outside still hasn't stabilized. There should be quite a large-scale battle soon. With the participation of gods, it'll be very difficult for anyone without strength at godhood to protect themselves. As a result, I can only trouble everyone to cultivate in the Bright Moon Divine Hall for now, Jianchen said to everyone. What? A battle involving heavenly god stage powerhouses? Jianchen, you have to be careful. Back on the Tianyuan continent, we could still help you, but now that we've come to the Saints' world, we can't help you at all. Instead, we've become a burden, Ruijin sighed gently. He was slightly dejected. Honglian and Blackfish were very unhappy as well. They had once been peak experts on the Tianyuan continent, but after coming to the Saints' world, they had become a burden. As a matter of fact, they were the weakest existences in the Bright Moon Divine Hall. The two of them struggled to adapt to the great difference. Jianchen, it's very difficult for us to help you now. You have to be careful in the Saints' world. Don't forget that you're not fighting alone. If anything happens to you, all of us here will be doomed, Shangguan Mu'er said in concern. Shangguan Mu'er said in concern. She was not someone who feared death. She only said that in hopes that Jian Chen would have some misgivings, so that he would not risk his life to fight against expert. Jian Chen smiled. After making some small talk with everyone, he threw down 100,000 low-grade divine crystals on the ground and said, "These divine crystals contain pure origin energy. Everyone, absorb them to cultivate in the future. I believe you'll be able to reach godhood before long." What a rich origin energy! Everyone's eyes lit up when they sensed the origin energy within the low-grade divine crystals. They cried out, "That's great! With these divine crystals, we can imagine how our strength will increase by leaps and bounds." Houston's expression was also filled with joy. They had all reached the level of Holy Emperor on the Tianyuan continent when origin energy had vanished and the laws of the world had been affected, making it extremely difficult for them to cultivate. Their talent could be described as heaven-defying. Now that they had come to the saints' world where origin energy was abundant and the laws of the world was complete, their progress would definitely be extremely shocking with the assistance of the divine crystals. Suddenly a figure flashed by. A fist-sized, ant-like beast had appeared beside the pile of low-grade divine crystals. The small beast flapped its wings as it hovered in the air. 3 streaks of light shone from its body as it stared at the pile of divine crystals with its large, intelligent eyes that were filled with a human nature stared at the pile of divine crystals without blinking at all. It was drooling with desire. With a flash, it arrived on Jianshan's shoulder in a single instance. It moved extremely quickly before gently rubbing its tiny head against Jianshan's face as it tried to please him. What speed! I actually failed to sense it at all, Jian Chen exclaimed in amazement. Houston stared at the little beast and sighed in amazement. Although the little beast had only reached the origin realm recently, Houston felt that even if he cultivated the Empyrean demon arts and knew many secret techniques, he would not necessarily be the little beast's opponent if they really fought. "You want these divine crystals as well?" Jianshan stared at the beast on his shoulder in surprise. Even though the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast had not assumed a human form, it was no less intelligent than ordinary people. It nodded obediently when it heard Jianshan's words. It looked at Jianshan with a sliver of desire. Jianshan smiled. With a wave of his hand, he tossed 10,000 low-grade divine crystals onto the ground. Afterwards, he pointed at the pile and said, "You can have these." The eyes of the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast lit up. It directly opened its mouth and sucked. The 10,000 low-grade divine crystals on the ground immediately flew towards its mouth. The space around the divine crystals pulsed violently. Within the pulsing space, the divine crystals shrank. In just a short moment, the divine crystals had shrunk by countless times. In the end, they were all swallowed by the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast. Chapter 1696. However, the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast continued to stare at Jianshan as if it was still hungry after devouring the 10,000 low-grade divine crystals. Jianshan gently flicked the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast's tiny head and scolded with a smile, "You sure aren't holding back. Aren't you afraid of bursting from eating too much?" The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast rubbed itself against Jianshan's cheeks as hard as it could as it stared at Jianshan pitifully. Clearly, it wanted a few more divine crystals from Jianshan. "Jianshan, if I've seen correctly, it should be a divine beast. Every single divine beast is blessed by the heavens. Their talent is extremely terrifying. Both their rate of growth and battle prowess are extremely shocking. They can even be described as heaven-defying. Only the prodigies of large sects can contend against them at the same cultivation level. As a matter of fact, many of them are nowhere near their opponent. If you nurture it well, this divine beast will be an extremely powerful helper in the future," Fairy Haoyue said. "It's a pity that this divine beast refuses to follow me, or I definitely would have nurtured it regardless of the cost." Jianshan gently smiled. At the same time, he glanced at the crystal coffin nearby. He still felt rather puzzled. He had no idea why the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast would follow Kea of its own accord. Moreover, it had remained by Kea's side while he was unconscious, guarding him at all times. Although the winged tiger, who was also a divine beast, had followed him, the situation was completely different. Before the winged tiger had even opened its eyes, Rum Jinisto had given it to him. It had always accompanied him as he grew up, going through trials after trials of life and death. Without any exaggeration, he had single-handedly raised the winged tiger, so their relationship was naturally extremely deep. However, Jianchen refused to believe that Kea and the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast had gone through the same thing as the winged tiger. Everyone has their own opportunities. Perhaps this is Kea's opportunity. Jianchen thought to himself. This was the only way he could explain it. You have to take over that high-grade divine crystal mine as soon as possible. I urgently need the origin energy there to reconstruct my body. Once I reconstruct a perfect body, I'll be able to help you deal with some of your problems. Fairy Haoyue continued. She needed an extremely tremendous amount of origin energy to reconstruct her perfect body. Although Jianchen had obtained over 1 million low-grade divine crystals, it was nowhere close to what she needed. I won't give up on that mine either, because I urgently need the high-grade divine crystals there to cultivate, Jianchen said. He gave the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast another 10,000 low-grade divine crystals before leaving the bright moon divine hall. The seven-colored heaven-devouring beast devoured 20,000 low-grade divine crystals in a row. Only then did it show a sliver of satisfaction. It lay on the crystal coffin and began to absorb the origin energy within. Its presence gradually strengthened as it absorbed the divine crystals. Its rate of absorption shocked everyone in the bright moon divine hall. Jianchen returned to the 7th hall of the Mo clan and entered seclusion in another secret room. He had yet to find enough divine crystals to increase his chaotic body. As long as he did not break through, his strength would not increase at all even if he absorbed all the divine crystals on hand. It would only make his chaotic Niden a little larger at most. If that was the case, he would be better off leaving all the divine crystals to Xunjian. That way they could increase their strength as much as possible. Jianchen sat in the secret room. Close to 10,000 low-grade divine crystals were piled up beside him. There's a crack in my chaotic Niden. Because of the crack, I can only use 80% of my strength. However, repairing the crack isn't difficult. I just need enough energy to make my chaotic Niden complete, Jianchen thought. Immediately, he grabbed a handful of low-grade divine crystals and began absorbing the origin energy within to make his chaotic Niden complete. In the past, he did not possess any divine crystals. If he relied on absorbing the origin energy of the world to slowly recover, it would take an extremely long time. As a result, his chaotic Niden had never been repaired. Only after obtaining a large number of divine crystals from the mines of the Liu family did he finally have the opportunity to complete his chaotic Niden. As Jianchen repaired his chaotic Niden, the elders of the Liu family who had gone out to hunt down the prisoners all returned. At this moment, the patriarch of the Liu family and the 8 elders were gathered in a hall. They were all stern, and even the hall was enveloped by a powerful formation to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on their conversation. They were extremely cautious. Patriarch, according to our calculations, apart from the miner who was taken away by the mysterious celestial realm expert, the rest of the miners and the guards who escaped have all been killed. Even the guards who are still loyal to our Liu clan have been quarantined, a godhood elder said to the patriarch of the Liu clan. The patriarch of the Liu family sat at the head of the table in worry. He sighed gently. The appearance of high-grade divine crystals in the dark cloud mountains should have been something worth celebrating. To our Liu family, it's even more significant. I never thought that something like this would happen at such a crucial moment. Sigh, what I worry about the most right now is whether or not there are spies among the guards from other organizations. Have those spies leaked the news of the high-grade divine crystals beforehand? If they do, our Lu family won't be able to keep this mine. As for the mysterious god, I'm not worried about him leaking the news of the high-grade divine crystals because it won't benefit him at all. Family head, have you found out the identity of that mysterious expert? A God Realm elder asked. The patriarch of the Lu family shook his head. Apart from knowing that he has comprehended the laws of the sword, there's very little information about him. The only god who has comprehended the laws of the sword in our region is the one from the Audiobook sword sect. However, when the god who attacked our mine struck, snow fell from the sky. From this alone, it doesn't seem like the person from the Audiobook sword sect. Of course, we can't eliminate the possibility that the person from the Audiobook sword sect is purposefully tricking us. It's said that when the mysterious expert left, he said that our Lu family would be destroyed soon. Even if the Dark Cloud Mountains really are a high-grade divine crystal mine, we'll just have to give it up. I believe those powerful clans won't make things difficult for us. It's obvious that the mysterious expert probably has grievances with our Lu family, said a red-robed old man. The patriarch of the Lu family shook his head. That's even more impossible. Our Lu family has never provoked a god, nor have we offended clans and organizations with gods. Apart from Lu Fei's betrayal and the Emo clan, I really can't think of any other organization that our Lu family has grievances with. Suddenly, the patriarch of the Lu family paused, and his eyes shone brightly. He said sternly, Emo clan, how did I forget about you? Doesn't the mysterious expert from the Emo clan just happen to possess strength no weaker than a god, and he just happens to comprehend the laws of the sword? Even the ancestor suffered greatly at his hands. The expressions of the 8 other elders changed slightly. One of them asked, Is it the Emo clan? The patriarch of the Lu family snorted coldly. He said, It's extremely likely to be the Emo clan. In our region, there's only the mysterious expert from the Emo clan who has comprehended the laws of the sword aside from the person from the Audiobook sword sect. Although it's different from what the ancestor described, it's still possible to disguise it through certain methods. By the way, I suddenly remembered that in the Maple Leaf Pavilion of Maple Leaf City, there is a medium-grade saint weapon called the Flying Snow Sword. The Flying Snow Sword was forged by Grand Elder Exion Known of the county city. It is said that this sword can cause snow to fall in battle, said a God Realm elder. The patriarch of the Lu family looked at the elder who had spoken and said, Elder Yun, please make a trip to Maple Leaf City immediately and check whether the Flying Snow Sword has been sold or not and whether the person who bought it is the mysterious expert from the Emo clan. All right, I'll go right away. Elder Yun immediately stood up and left. Chapter 1697. When Elder Yun left for Maple Leaf City, the patriarch of the Lu family did not end the meeting. He said to the 7 godhood elders seated there, Elders, please stay here with me and wait for Elder Yun's news. The identity of the mysterious expert who attacked our divine crystal mine and is suspected to be a god is extremely important to us. The patriarch of the Lu family spoke extremely politely. Godhood elders possessed extremely great statuses in the Lu family. Even though he was the patriarch, he still needed to treat them politely. He was unable to forcefully order them to do anything. The elders also understood the severity of the situation. After exchanging a few more polite words with the patriarch, they all sat down and closed their eyes to rest, waiting for Elder Yun's return. The next day, Elder Yun, who had gone to Maple Leaf City, returned to the Lu clan covered in dust. His return immediately attracted the attention of the patriarch of the Lu clan and the other 7 godhood elders. Everyone's gazes gathered on him. The patriarch of the Lu clan asked eagerly, Elder Yun, have you investigated thoroughly? Has the Flying Snow Sword of Maple Leaf City been bought by the mysterious expert of the Emo clan? This piece of news was extremely important to the Lu family. If the flying snow sword really was in the hands of the Mo clan, they were basically certain that the mysterious expert who attacked the Dark Cloud Mountains was a part of the Mo clan. If he was not, it meant that the Lu family already had a third god as an enemy. Elder Yun made his way to his seat and sat down. Only then did he say, "I've investigated. The flying snow sword of Maple Leaf City has indeed been sold. The person who bought it is the Mo clan." The patriarch of the Lu family became relieved when he heard that. He said, "It looks like the mysterious expert of the Mo clan was the one who attacked our divine crystal mine. He was also the one who said that our Lu family would be destroyed soon. Fortunately, our Lu family hasn't offended any other gods." The patriarch of the Lu family glanced past the 8 elders and continued, "Although the Mo clan basically has 2 gods now, which is enough to completely overwhelm our Lu family, they still don't dare to touch us because they're afraid that they'll force us into a corner and we'll leak the news of the divine King Duanmu's tomb. That way, they won't be able to obtain anything. However, don't worry, elders. The Mo clan won't be around for much longer. Once the ancestor returns, even if the Mo clan has 2 gods, they won't be able to escape destruction in the end." After the meeting, the Lu clan patriarch immediately reported the identity of the mysterious expert who attacked the Dark Cloud Mountain range to the Lu clan ancestor. "Don't act recklessly. I'll settle the debt with the Mo clan once I return. Also, keep a close eye on the people the Mo clan has planted in the provincial city. I don't wish for the news of divine King Duanmu's tomb to be leaked by the people the Mo clan has hidden in the provincial city after we've gone to such great lengths to destroy the Mo clan." At the same time, he thought to himself, Mo clan, do you really think old man doesn't know that you've planted people in the provincial city long ago? It's just a pity that our Lu family has already grasped the identities of all the people you've planted in the provincial city. Don't even think about using the news of the divine King Duanmu's tomb to threaten us." A dignified middle-aged man in luxurious robes sat in a study within an extremely large mansion in the provincial city. He read through a scroll with great concentration, and he would frown from time to time. "Patriarch, Jean-E wishes to see you." At this moment, a deep voice rang out from outside. The middle-aged man's face lit up when he heard that. He immediately closed the scroll and said, "Come in." The door to the study was gently pushed open, and a black-clothed man walked in. As soon as the black-clothed man entered, the middle-aged man cast down a barrier with a wave of his hand, enveloping the entire study. Afterwards, he stared at Jean-E in interest and asked, "Jean-E, do you have any more important news?" Jean-E bowed towards the middle-aged man and said, "Patriarch, we've already grasped the identities of the 2 people the Lu family is searching for. They're called Shun Jian and Jianchen. Shun Jian has only broken through to godhood recently. The 2 of them currently reside in the Mo clan." "He just broke through to the god realm not long ago?" In other words, this person called Shun Jian was only at the origin realm in the past. I refuse to believe that the Lu family would be interested in an origin realm expert for no reason. Jean-E, do you know why the Lu family is searching for the 2 of them? The middle-aged man asked. Jean-E said, "We still don't know why the Lu family is searching for the 2 of them, but the 2 of them were saved by the young miss of the Mo clan when they were heavily injured. Before long, Shen Jian reached godhood in the Mo clan, and the patriarch even specially built an elder's residence for Shen Jian. The 2 of them were saved by the young miss of the Mo clan when they were heavily injured? Are their injuries related to the Lu family?" The middle-aged man murmured as he sank into his thoughts. "Patriarch, I've also found out that Jianchen and Shin Jian had visited Maple Leaf City in the past and were interested in the flying snow sword. However, they did not purchase it back then. After they left the city, the Mo clan purchased the flying snow sword. And yesterday, the Dark Cloud Mountains of the Lu family were attacked by a mysterious expert who was suspected to be a god. The mysterious expert comprehended the laws of the sword, and when he struck out, snow fell from the sky. I've specially investigated this matter. In our Dong An province, none of the famous experts who comprehended the laws of the sword would be accompanied by snow when they struck out. As a result, it was definitely caused by the flying snow sword, said Zhang-Yi. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed, and he said, Zhang-Yi, are you saying that the mysterious expert who attacked the Dark Cloud Mountains was Jianchen, who was saved by the Emo clan? That's only my guess, said Zhang-Yi. He paused before continuing, Patriarch, there's another important matter that I need to report to you. A high-grade divine crystal has appeared in the Dark Cloud Mountains of the Lu family. What? A high-grade divine crystal? The middle-aged man was surprised before becoming overjoyed. Low-grade divine crystal mines basically only produced low-grade divine crystals. There would be mid-grade divine crystals from time to time, but they were extremely rare. If a high-grade divine crystal had been excavated, it meant that the divine crystal mine was mid-grade at the very least, or even high-grade. Has the news of the high-grade divine crystal been leaked? The middle-aged man immediately asked. He was extremely stern. All the miners in the Dark Cloud Mountains have been killed. Even most of the guards there have been killed. The remaining people have been controlled by the Lu family. Aside from the mysterious expert who was suspected to be a god and the upper echelon of the Lu family, no one else should know about the high-grade divine crystal, said Zhang-Yi. Good. 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 Zhang-Yi, you've done us a great service this time. However, you can't leak the news of the high-grade divine crystal. Although the Lu family has sealed off the news as well, I'm afraid they might miss something. Zhang-Yi, gather all your forces and assist the Lu family in sealing off the news of the high-grade divine crystal. You have to make sure that the news of the high-grade divine crystal doesn't spread in the provincial city, said the middle-aged man. Don't worry, Patriarch. I know the severity of the matter. I've already made the arrangements, said Zhang-Yi. After a moment of hesitation, he continued, Patriarch, according to the information we currently possess, I suspect that the ancestor of the Lu family did not take back the treasure after Lu Fei stole it. Instead, it ended up in the hands of Jianchen and Jianchen. It's extremely likely that the two of them engaged in a great battle with the ancestor of the Lu family, which was why they were heavily injured in the end and were saved by the young lady of the Emo clan. That would explain why the Lu family is searching for the two of them secretly. Chapter 1698. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had already passed. During those 3 months, the Emo clan and the Lu family were relatively peaceful. Although the Lu family had already confirmed that the people who had attacked the mine were in the Emo clan, they did not act recklessly. They even acted like nothing had happened. However, the Dark Cloud Mountains had already become an important place for the Lu family to protect. Not only did the Lu family repair the destroyed formations as quickly as possible, but they even sped up the rate at which divine crystals were mined. In the past, basically all the people who mined the divine crystals were sainthood experts that the Lu family had captured from various places, but now they had all been replaced by people from the Lu family. Basically all of them had reached the origin realm, and there were very few sainthood experts. As the strength of the miners increased, the rate at which they mined the divine crystals naturally increased by several times as well. These people were naturally under the strict surveillance of the Lu family to prevent them from leaking any information about the mine. At the same time, in a hidden place within the Dark Cloud Mountains, there was also an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion hiding here, paying close attention to everything happening in the mining area. This old man was the ancestor of the Ando clan. He was a genuine celestial god. The ancestor of the Lu family was on his way to the royal capital, so he had the ancestor of the Ando clan, Ando Fu, watch over the mine to prevent Jianchen from attacking it again. In the past few days, more and more high-grade divine crystals have been produced, while the low-grade divine crystals have decreased. Looks like it's extremely likely for this mine to be a high-grade one. Even with the entire Dong An province in perspective, there hasn't been a single high-grade divine crystal mine. What a pity, what a pity. With the strength of our Ando clan and the Liu family, it's impossible for us to protect this mine. The only thing we can do right now is to mine as many high-grade divine crystals as we can before the powerful clans in the province discover it. Ando Fu sighed inside. His face was filled with helplessness. Even if it was only a small high-grade divine crystal mine, it was still an extremely large piece of meat in the Dong'an province. It was enough for the powerful clans to fight over it to the bitter end. Within the 7th hall of the Emo clan, Jianshan slowly opened his eyes as he smiled. After 3 months of seclusion and spending hundreds of thousands of low-grade divine crystals, the crack on his chaotic Niden was finally repaired, allowing him to return to his peak. The 9th layer of the chaotic body was equivalent to deity. Even though it was only deity, Jianshan possessed the strength to fight early gods thanks to the strength of his chaotic body and chaotic force, coupled with his comprehension of the laws of the sword that far exceeded deity level. Back when he fought the ancestor of the Liu family, he was only able to use 80% of his strength due to the flaws of his chaotic Niden. He barely managed to contend against the ancestor of the Liu family for a while. Even with the azulate swords, he was not the ancestor's opponent in the end. However, now that his chaotic Niden had been repaired, Jianshan was confident that even if he could not defeat the ancestor of the Liu family when he faced him again, he would not be completely suppressed like last time. It's all up to Shunjian now. Although Shunjian doesn't cultivate the chaotic body, I feel like his cultivation method has a great origin. At the same time, his comprehension of the laws of the sword is no weaker than mine. As a matter of fact, his comprehension of the laws of the sword is even greater than mine. Once he reaches mid-deity, he'll definitely possess the same battle prowess as the ancestor of the Liu family. At that time, we should be able to kill the ancestor of the Liu family when we work together. We won't let him escape, Jianshan thought. Actually, ever since Shunjian had reached godhood, even though he was only an early deity, their combined strength had completely surpassed the ancestor of the Liu family. The reason why they did not touch the ancestor of the Liu family was because they were confident they could defeat the ancestor of the Liu family if they worked together. However, there was nothing they could do if the ancestor of the Liu family fled. Only Shunjian, who had reached mid-deity, would have the strength to keep the ancestor of the Liu family from escaping. Jianshan emerged from the 7th hall and stood before the majestic entrance. He looked down at most of the Emo clan. Unknowingly, it had already been a few months since he had arrived in the Emo clan. This was the first time he had seriously looked at the huge estate that he had stayed in for several months. There was a group of several dozen Origin Realm guards standing guard at the entrance of the residence. In particular, the 2 peak reciprocity guards at the entrance discovered Jianshan the moment he emerged from the residence. Their cold gazes would land on Jianshan from time to time as they stared at Jianshan's back in envy. Due to the cultivation method that Jianshan practiced, even the ancestor of the Liu family, who was an early god, would not be able to see through him as long as he did not fight. As a result, no one in the Emo clan knew about Jianshan's true strength. However, based on how he referred to Shunjian as a brother and the fact that he did not give off the pressure of a godhood expert, everyone in the Emo clan believed that he was at reciprocity. Reciprocity experts did not have the right to enter the residences at all. However, in the eyes of the guards, Jianshan was only able to enter the 7th hall freely because of his relationship with Shunjian. This naturally led to the envy of many of the guards. There were even a few people who became jealous because of this. Every elder's palace was covered in formations. These formations could quickly gather the world's origin energy. Thus, cultivating in an elder's palace was several times faster than cultivating in the outside world. Of course, if he was cultivating by absorbing divine crystals, then his speed was absolutely not something that could be compared to absorbing the quintessence energy of the heavens and the earth. Brothers, has anything happened in the past few months? At this moment, Jianshan clasped his hands at the two peak reciprocity guards at the entrance, and asked rather politely. Nothing. Everything's been normal recently, one of the guards replied emotionlessly. If Shun Jian had asked this, they would definitely have responded politely. However, Jianshan was only an origin realm expert in their eyes. They did not dare to offend him, but they could not be too friendly either. Everything's been normal? Has the news of the Dark Cloud Mountains not been leaked yet? Jianshan thought. This was rather unexpected. It's good that it hasn't been leaked. The longer the news of the Dark Cloud Mountains being a high-grade divine crystal mine is kept secret, the more beneficial it will be for me, thought Jianshan. He also coveted the divine crystal mine in the Dark Cloud Mountains very much, but now was not the time to take it for himself. If the mine was leaked, it would definitely lead to a struggle between the powerful clans in the Dong-an province. Once the Dong-an province interfered, they would not be able to fend off the powerful clans even if they worked together with the gods of the Mo clan. This was because there were mid-celestial gods, late celestial gods, and even peak celestial gods. The Liu family must be trying to mine divine crystals as soon as possible. It's best if I don't anger them right now. If I force them into a corner and they offer the mine to the powerful clans of the Dong-an province, it won't be beneficial to me at all, Jianshan thought to himself. Chapter 1699. Right now, both the Liu family and Jianshan needed time very much. The Liu family needed time to mine as many divine crystals as possible, while Jianshan also needed time to increase the strength of his side. The high-grade divine crystal mine hidden in the Dark Cloud Mountains was just too precious. Even though the Liu family had done everything they could to seal off the news, everyone knew that it was impossible for the news to remain sealed forever. There would be a day when it would leak out, and by then, it would not be the four great organizations that would come to fight over the mine. Instead, it would be the powerful clans of the Dong-an province. Looks like it won't be easy to take over the mine, thought Jianshan. With his current strength, he did not feel too pressured against early gods. He might even be able to kill early gods if he worked together with Shun Jian, but once he came across mid or late gods, it would be difficult to deal with them. Even if he worked together with Shun Jian, they probably would not be able to fend off late gods. If only my chaotic body could break through to the next layer. The 9th layer of the chaotic body will make me equivalent to a deity in the saints' world. If I can reach the 10th layer, I'll be a god. With the advantage of the chaotic body, I'll be able to completely crush peak gods, Jianshan thought. However, he also understood that the amount of energy required for each layer of the chaotic body would increase by several times or even over 10 times. If he wanted to reach the 10th layer of the chaotic body from the 9th layer, the amount of energy required would be extremely terrifying. It was impossible for him to find so many cultivation resources in a short amount of time. Shun Jian needed over 1 million low-grade divine crystals to break through from early deity to mid-deity. Who knew how many low-grade divine crystals he would need to break through from mid-deity to late deity? If he wanted to break through from late deity to God, the amount of divine crystals he would need would be astronomical. However, if he wanted to break through to the 10th layer, he would need at least 10 times more divine crystals than Shun Jian needed to break through to God. If I use all of the small high-grade divine crystal mine in the Dark Cloud Mountains, I should be able to reach the 10th layer with ease, Jianshan thought. Jianshan shook his head and stopped thinking about this. The Dark Cloud Mountains were the only high-grade divine crystal mine that had been discovered in the Dong-an province. Unless he possessed the power to fend off all the powerful clans in the province, he would not be able to obtain the mine. I just hope the Liu family can mine some more. Once Shun Jian breaks through, I'll directly go to the Liu family, Jianshan thought to himself. At this moment, the origin energy in the surroundings began to pulse violently. All the origin energy within a radius of 10,000 kilometers seemed to be sucked in by a tremendous suction force, gathering over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, it formed a huge whirlpool of energy above the Mo clan. All of it was sucked into one of the 7 residences. The disturbance of the origin energy attracted the attention of everyone in the Mo clan. Whether it was the patriarch or the 5 other elders cultivating in the residences, they all opened their eyes and left the residence in a flash. They all stared at the residence below the whirlpool of energy. Jianshan looked over as well. He stared at the residence for a while and murmured to himself, "Shiyu's talent really is extremely impressive. She's already become a late deity. If she has a few more days, she'll probably become a god." Not only were gods' existences on par with ancestors in this region, but even in the provincial city of the Dong'an province, they were peak experts. This was because Jianshan had already learnt from the patriarch that there were no over-gods in the entire Dong'an province. "Yu has broken through again." The patriarch smiled happily, while the 5 other elders all felt envious. "Shiyu is just too impressive." When the patriarch saved her from outside, she was only an infant who had almost lost her life. "I was already a mid-deity back then, and now, Shiyu has reached late deity, while I'm still stuck at mid-deity. Shiyu has only cultivated for a little over 2,000 years. Although the patriarch has used a large amount of resources and heavenly resources to nurture her, her speed is still astonishing. It's just a pity that our Mo clan's strength is limited. We can't compare to those large sects and organizations in terms of resources. If we sent Shiyu to those large sects and organizations to be nurtured, she probably would have become a god long ago with her talent and the guidance of masters." The elders of the Mo clan all sighed in amazement. They felt some pity. They all believed that Shiyu was burying her talent by remaining in the Mo clan. The swirl of energy above Shiyu's residence lasted for several hours before gradually dispersing. A while later, the door to the residence slowly opened, and the white-robed Shiyu slowly made her way out. "Congratulations on your breakthrough, Elder Shiyu." Jianshan clasped his hands at Shiyu and congratulated her sincerely. "Haha, Shiyu, you've left all of us in the dust now. We can't even compare to you now." The 5 other elders all congratulated her. They all smiled from ear to ear as they expressed their joy. "Sister Shiyu, you've become more powerful again. I knew you were the most powerful." Mo Yen and the patriarch of the Mo clan walked over from afar. Shiyu nodded towards Jianshan indifferently before making small talk with the other elders. She smiled and was rather polite. Jianshan did not mind Shiyu's attitude at all. After congratulating her, he turned around and left. When he brushed past the patriarch clasped his fist towards Jianshan politely. He also understood that unless he revealed his strength as a godhood expert, no one in the Mo clan would take him seriously. The reason why the patriarch was so polite to him was all because of Shen Jian. This was because the Mo clan did not lack origin realm experts. Even peak reciprocity experts were not important in the Mo clan unless they broke through to godhood. Although peak reciprocity was only a step away from godhood, this step was like a chasm, preventing countless peak reciprocity experts from reaching godhood. As a matter of fact, many peak reciprocity experts would never be able to comprehend laws and reach godhood in their entire life. In the end, they would pass away due to their lifespan. Jianshan naturally would not purposefully reveal his strength just to obtain a certain status in the Mo clan. Chapter 1700. Jianshan shook his head with a bitter smile when he heard that. This girl really knew how to let her imagination run wild. "Yen don't be rude," the patriarch scolded from one side. He was extremely stern. Mo Yen stuck out her tongue and said mischievously, "Daddy's angry, so I won't talk about it anymore. But Jianshan, you have to work hard and break through to godhood as soon as possible. Only by becoming a god will you have the right to pursue Sister Shiyu." With that, Mo Yen followed the patriarch toward Shiyu. Jianshan smiled indifferently as he watched Mo Yen leave. He made his way towards Shen Jian's residence with his hands behind his back. He did not take Mo Yan's words to heart at all. At this moment, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. He turned his head towards the entrance of the Mo clan. At this moment, a golden carriage quickly flew towards the Mo clan from the distance. At the front of the carriage were 6 horse-like exotic beasts with wings on their backs. They flapped their wings as they pulled the carriage through the air. Even though the exotic beasts only possessed the strength of the Holy Emperor, they were no slower than Origin Realm experts. There were 20 white-clothed guards on the 2 sides of the carriage. All of them were at reciprocity. They guarded the carriage, and all of their clothes were embroidered with the symbol of a small, golden sword. The golden carriage shot over with lightning speed, landing outside the Mo clan very soon. The white-clothed person at the front immediately said to the guards, "The young master of the Audiobook sword sect has come to visit. Why haven't you reported his arrival?" The guards dared not tarry at all. They immediately ran in to report. In the Mo clan, the patriarch and the elders were still congratulating Shiyu on her breakthrough. When the golden carriage approached the Mo clan, Shiyu frowned slightly. She said, "Father, the young master of the Audiobook sword sect has come again." Mo Yan's face suddenly changed when she heard that. She said in a hurry, "What? That person called Yu Qing has come again? No, we can't let him enter our Mo clan. I hate that person to death. Father, hurry up and chase him away." The patriarch sighed gently and said indifferently, "Let the young master in." Although the patriarch's voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by the guards who were several kilometers away as they flew over. There was no need for guards to report the arrival of the young master of the Audiobook sword sect. As soon as they approached the Mo clan, all the godhood experts in the clan sensed them. Very soon, a young man in luxurious white robes who seemed to be in his 20s walked into the Mo clan with his head held high. The young man was handsome, except his face was sickly pale. His eyes were cloudy, without any light at all. There was even a hint of lust in them. There were 2 middle-aged men following by the young man's side. Both of these middle-aged men possessed auras that were vast like oceans, and they walked with majestic strides. Their bodies emanated a pressure that only experts at the God-rank realm possessed, and they walked side by side with the white-clothed young man. Behind them was a group of 20 reciprocity cultivators. All of them were emotionless and had cold gazes. The elders of the Mo clan all stared at the group of people indifferently as they approached. Only Shiyu frowned slightly as she looked at the young man with a sliver of hidden disgust. As for Mo Yan, her face had completely sunk. "Greetings to Uncle Mo and Sister Shiyu." The young man arrived beside the patriarch of the Mo clan and bowed towards the 2 of them. "Tui, who's your Uncle Mo? Who's your Sister Shiyu? You fan, who do you think you are? Listen up, you should call my father patriarch, and Sister Shiyu isn't someone you can call. You should call her Elder Shiyu or Elder Shi, do you understand?" Mo Yan placed her hands on her hips and scolded the young man sternly. The young man did not become angered. He smiled at Mo Yan in an enchanting manner and said, "Sister Mo Yan's temper is still so fiery." "Tui, who's your sister? Who's your sister?" Mo Yan had almost leapt up. Due to her anger, her face had become rather red. "Yen he's a guest. How can you be so rude? What did I teach you in the past?" The patriarch frowned as he glared at Mo Yan. "Humph." Mo Yan snorted coldly and said nothing more with a sunken face. It's fine. Uncle Mo, Sister Mo Yan's temper is just like that. It's not her fault, said the young man with an enchanting smile. His gaze was focused on Mo Yan most of the time. Desire would appear in his cloudy eyes from time to time. Even though he hid it very well, it was impossible for him to hide it from the godhood elders of the Mo clan. The elders of the Mo clan disliked the young man, but they dared not offend him too much due to his identity as the young master of the Audiobook sword sect. The patriarch looked at the 2 middle-aged men beside the young master of the Audiobook sword sect. He clasped his hands and said, "I never thought that Elder Mo Shan and Elder Mo Yun would come as well. Please, let's have a chat in the hall. Emo Shan and Emo Yun clasped their hands at the patriarch at the same time. Emo Shan said, Fair enough. The patriarch must have guessed why we've come. Let's talk in the hall. Afterwards, Emo Shan said to the junior sect master, Yu Fan, we're going to discuss some matters with the patriarch of the Emo clan. You haven't seen Miss Emo Yen in quite some time, so you should spend some time catching up with her. Yes, Uncle Shan, Yu Fan replied politely. He was filled with excitement. You come with me as well. Yen take good care of the young master. Do you understand? The patriarch gave some orders before taking Shiyu, Emo Shan, and Emo Yun to the discussion hall. The other elders of the Emo clan all returned to their own residences. Is that the young master of the Atomo's sword sect? Jianshin secretly shook his head when he saw this from afar. He made his way towards Shin Jian's residence. After the patriarch and the two elders left, the young master of the Atomo's sword sect, Yu Fan, said to Emo Yen impatiently, Sister Emo Yen, let's go as well. We came back in a hurry last time and we left in a hurry as well. You haven't even taken me around your Emo clan properly. I heard that the sea of flowers in your garden is extremely pretty. You have to take me around properly this time. Emo Yen lowered her head and seemed dispirited. Although the young master of the Atomo's sword sect was extraordinarily handsome, Emo Yen was not interested in him at all. Instead, she hated Yu Fan very much. As a matter of fact, she felt disgust from the bottom of her heart as soon as she saw Yu Fan. However, her father had already told her to take good care of the young master, so she did not dare to disobey her father's orders and abandon Yu Fan. After all, her father still had some prestige in her heart. At this moment, Emo Yen saw Jianshin in the distance. Her eyes immediately lit up and she called out, Jianshin! Chapter 1701. Jianshin stopped and looked at Emo Yen, who ran towards him. He seemed to be in thought. Emo Yen jogged over to Jianshin. Her face sank as she looked at Jianshin pitifully. She said, Jianshin, I'm in trouble. Can you help me? Jianshin smiled. He glanced at the young master of the Atomo's sword sect in the distance and smiled faintly. All right, tell me. How do you want me to help you? Do you want me to chase the young master away? Jianshin agreed in an extremely straightforward manner. After all, Emo Yen had saved him and Shin Jian from the wilderness, so Jianshin still felt some gratitude towards Emo Yen. Now that Emo Yen was in trouble, there was no harm in helping her. Moreover, he could tell with a single glance that the young master of the Atomo's sword sect was up to no good. He naturally did not want Emo Yen to be bullied by someone like that. Emo Yen immediately leapt in fright when she heard Jianshin say that he wanted to chase away the young master of the Atomo's sword sect. She said softly, Don't do that. He's the young master of the Atomo's sword sect after all. His status is extraordinary, so don't offend him. Don't think that he's a kind person just because he doesn't dare to get angry at me. If someone else provokes him without a certain background, he'll never spare that person. Then how do you want me to help you? Jianshin asked with a smile. Emo Yen tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, Father told me to take good care of Yu Fan, so I obviously can't just abandon him. However, I don't want to be alone with Yu Fan either. Why don't we do this? You can stay by my side as a friend. If possible, I'd like to make Yu Fan back off and stop clinging to me. Sister Yen, who's this person? Why don't you introduce him to me? At this moment, the young master of the Atomo's sword sect, Yu Fan, walked over with a sunny smile on his face. However, when he glanced at Jianshin, there was a trace of coldness in his eyes, as well as some jealousy. Who is this person? Why haven't I heard of him before? Not only is he more handsome than me, but he also has a kind of resolute temperament that I don't have. Damn it, bastard, this kind of temperament is the easiest to charm girls. Why don't I have it? Why don't I have it? The young master of the Atomo's sword sect roared in his heart. he had already secretly compared himself to Jianchen. He realized that apart from his background, he was inferior to Jianchen in every other aspect. Emoyen frowned and stared at Yu Fan impatiently. She said coldly, "Yu Fan, how many times have I told you not to call me Sister Yin? Only Jianchen can call me Sister Yin. No one else can." Yu Fan gritted his teeth and stared at Jianchen with great hostility. He asked in a condescending manner, "Is this person Jianchen? Jianchen, may I ask which clan you come from? Why have I never heard of you before?" Yu Fan directly referred to himself as the young master of the Audiobook sword sect in an attempt to suppress Jianchen. Jianchen remained composed. He smiled faintly. "I'm just a nameless independent cultivator, so it's natural that the young master has never heard of me." Yu Fan let out a sigh of relief inside when he heard that Jianchen was a nameless independent cultivator. With his status, he naturally would not treat a nameless independent cultivator seriously, and he did not believe that a nameless independent cultivator would be able to steal the young lady of the Mo clan from him. But Sister Yin Er's attitude towards this Jianchen sure is different. She even said that only this person called Jianchen can call her Sister Yin. A mere independent cultivator dares to oppose me. I'll make you speechless in a few days." Yu Fan snorted coldly inside as a vicious light flashed through his cloudy eyes. However, his expression did not change at all. His smile did not decrease at all as he said to Emoyen, "Sister Emoyen, let's go stroll around the sea of flowers in your Mo clan." A sliver of disgust appeared in Emoyen's eyes. She glanced at Jianchen before immediately smiling again. "Let's go. Jianchen, let's go stroll around the Sea of Flowers. The Sea of Flowers is the prettiest and most beautiful place in our Mo clan. I heard that my mother personally created it." Emoyen's face darkened as soon as she mentioned her mother. Her face was filled with sorrow and sadness. Afterwards, Emoyen, Jianchen, and Yu Fan arrived at the Sea of Flowers in the Mo clan. As the name suggested, the Sea of Flowers was a sea of flowers, completely composed of various precious and rare flowers. As soon as they approached the Sea of Flowers, a heavy fragrance assailed their nostrils. Since the flowers planted here were not regular flowers, the fragrance that was mixed with countless flowers was naturally extraordinary as well. A single whiff was enough to refresh the mind and clear the meridians of people. It would make their entire soul feel extremely comfortable. "Jianchen, look. This is the white spirit flower, this is the red moon flower, this is the sunrise flower, and this is the Roman flower. I heard from my father that my mother was the one who brought them into the Mo clan before personally planting them here." Along the way, Emoyen introduced every single flower to Jianchen enthusiastically. She smiled resplendently, but there would be a sliver of sorrow in her smile from time to time. As for the young master of the Audiobook sword sect, Yu Fan, he was completely ignored by Emoyen. Originally, he had suggested for Emoyen to take him to the Sea of Flowers, but whether it was intentional or not, Emoyen placed all her attention on Jianchen. She did not even glance at him as the young master. Originally, the young master only treated Jianchen as Emoyen's lackey at most, but now, he felt like he had become Emoyen's lackey. Yu Fan's face sank more and more. His gaze towards Jianchen became colder and colder as well. There was even a sliver of heavy killing intent in his eyes. Yu Fan's killing intent naturally did not escape Jianchen's eyes. Jianchen could not help but smile bitterly. Emoyen was still inexperienced after all. Although she was eccentric, she did not consider things very thoroughly. Even if she wanted to find a shield, there should be a limit. Fortunately, the shield was him. If it were someone else whose background was not as great as the young master's, Emoyen's actions would have basically killed them. Chapter 1702. A Sword Duel? I'm not interested. Emoyen did not even have the time to consider it, directly rejecting the idea. She hated wielding the blade and the sword the most. There's always been a rumor in the outside world that your Mo clan's vital sword style is nowhere near as powerful as our Otomo's sword sect's Otomo's sword style. The reason why your father was able to tie with my father in the past was not because of how powerful your vital sword style is, but because your father had grasped a 4th grade truth tier battle skill, Yu Fan continued. Some coldness had already appeared in his eyes. He did not mind Mo Yan's indifference to him because she treated him like that every single time. Considering Mo Yan's identity, he had become accustomed to it. However, if Mo Yan was extremely enthusiastic towards a man who was even more handsome than him and completely ignored him, he would not be able to accept it. Mo Yan glared at Yu Fan when she heard that. She called out coldly, "Who says our Mo clan's vital sword style is inferior to your Otomo's sword style? Yu Fan, isn't it just a sword duel? Alright, let's have a duel then. Let's see if our vital sword style or your Otomo's sword style is better." Jianchen secretly shook his head to one side. He really had no idea what to say now that Mo Yan had fallen for such a simple provocation. Mo Yan is going to suffer, but a little setback won't do her any harm. Jianchen did not stop him. Mo Yan's temperament did indeed need to be properly trained. If she stayed in the Mo clan right now, she would naturally be safe with the Mo clan protecting her. However, once she went to the outside world, it would be very difficult for her to survive. Yu Fan secretly rejoiced when he saw Mo Yan actually agree to the duel. He turned to Jianchen and said coldly, "It's best if you stay far away from Sister Mo Yan when I'm dueling. If I find out that you've been secretly learning from her, my Otomo's sword sect will never spare you." Jianchen rubbed his nose. After warning Mo Yan to be careful, he directly walked to one side. The 20 guards from the Otomo's sword sect who had always been behind him backed far away as well. In the end, they made their way towards Jianchen and stood beside Jianchen. Mo Yan called away the female servants and guards in the Sea of Flowers as well. She would never allow the servants to watch from the side, just in case they stole the technique. "Brother, how should I address you?" A disciple from the Otomo's sword sect took the initiative to greet Jianchen. He was also a young man, and from his appearance, he was only in his 30s. Of course, this was only on the surface. In reality, he had been cultivating for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. "Jianchen." Jianchen cupped his hands and said indifferently, "I'm Zhoubing. You can just call me Senior Zhoubing. However, Jianchen, out of good intentions, I must remind you that it's best if we don't interfere when the young master and Miss Mo Yan are dueling. No matter what happens, we have to act like we don't know anything. Do you understand?" Zhoubing said with hidden meaning. Jianchen frowned when he heard that. He snorted coldly. "If it's just a duel of the sword, I obviously won't interfere as long as there are no injuries or death. After all, a normal duel is beneficial to Mo Yan. However, if something beyond a duel of the sword happens, I'll have to interfere." Zhoubing's face changed slightly, and the other 19 disciples immediately moved. They surrounded Jianchen. Their faces were all hostile. "Jianchen, that's the young master of the Otomo's sword sect and the young miss of the Mo clan. Are you sure you have the strength to interfere as an independent cultivator? It's best if you listen to me and act like nothing has happened. Even if something really does happen, it'll be a matter between our Otomo's sword sect and the Mo clan. It won't have anything to do with you," Zhoubing said sincerely as if he was thinking for Jianchen. Jianchen glanced past the disciples who had surrounded him indifferently. He sneered with his arms crossed. "I'd advise you to make sure your young master doesn't do anything excessive during the duel. I'm only saying this for your sake. After all, you're guards. Once something happens to the young master, it'll be difficult for you to report back." "You don't have to worry about that, Brother Jianchen. Even if this is the Mo clan, no one is bold enough to touch the young master," Zhoubing said with a fake smile. On the other side, Mo Yan had already begun fighting Yu Fan. A reciprocity guard from the Otomo's sword sect had cast down a barrier to prevent the shockwaves from their battle from destroying the Sea of Flowers. As the two of them were only at sainthood, there was no need to worry about their battle destroying the barrier. The two of them both displayed their skills, using their specialized skills. The fine sword style of the Emo clan and the Otomo's sword style of the Otomo's sword sect collided, producing streams of energy. Jianshan watched this from afar. Through his conversation with Zhou Bing, he had already realized that the duel was probably not as simple as it seemed on the surface. Although Yu Fan's strength isn't great, and his battle sense and technique are nothing special, he's clearly much more powerful than Mo Yin. Seriously, Mo Yin shouldn't use her sword like that. Is she using a sword or a blade? She's just swinging around randomly. How is that the fine sword style? It seems a little like a blade style to me. No, it also seems like an axe style. That's a sword, not a spear. How can a sword be used as a spear? Jianshan had no idea how to react to Mo Yan's sword style. He had no idea how to comment at all. Mo Yan's sword style was just too horrible. She did not even know the basics of using the sword. Although Mo Yin and Yu Fan were at the same level of strength, Yu Fan's sword skills and battle experience were far greater than Mo Yan's. Soon, Mo Yin completely lost the upper hand. She was forced into a fluster by Yu Fan very soon. Rip! At this moment, Yu Fan's sword chi swept over, and Mo Yan's right sleeve was immediately ripped apart, revealing her fair arm. Mo Yin gritted her teeth as she did her best to block Yu Fan's attack. However, when Yu Fan saw Mo Yan's fair arm, he became lustful. He stabbed out a few times in a row, ripping apart Mo Yan's clothes every single time. Mo Yan's clothes immediately became tattered, revealing large patches of skin. Her clothes were no longer covering her body. "You're shameless!" Mo Yan's eyes were filled with anger. On the other side, Jianshan's face sank as well. With a cold snort, he directly stood up. "Brother Jianshan, let's just wait here quietly. There are some matters that we can't interfere with," Zhou Bing said to Jianshan. He looked at Jianshan meaningfully. The other 19 disciples all surrounded Jianshan with hostile expressions. "Sister Mo Yin, you have to be careful. This move of mine is called the Gentleman's Sword, Blooming Peach Blossoms." Yu Fan smiled evilly as he directly stabbed towards Mo Yan's undergarments. Killing intent flashed through Jianshan's eyes. He directly threw a punch at Zhou Bing's chest. Although Zhou Bing was at reciprocity, he was nothing before Jianshan. He did not even have the time to react to Jianshan's punch. Blood spurted from his mouth as he was blown away like a cannonball. Behind Zhou Bing stood 3 other disciples from the Otomo's sword sect. When Zhou Bing collided with the 3 of them, the 3 of them actually vomited blood and were blown away as well. Their bodies cracked as their bones shattered inch by inch. At this moment, Yu Fan's sword was only an inch away from Mo Yan's undergarments. Mo Yan immediately began to panic. In the distance, Jianshan's eyes were cold. He did not hide his heavy killing intent at all. He directly extended a finger towards Yu Fan from afar. With that, a silver-white sword chi immediately shot out with lightning speed. The sword chi moved extremely quickly, over 100 times faster than Yu Fan's attack. It struck the barrier cast down by a reciprocity disciple in a single instance. Before the sword chi, the barrier was as fragile as tofu. It was like a decoration, instantly shattering. However, the sword chi did not slow down at all. It struck Yu Fan's sword with lightning-like speed. Chapter 1703. Ding! The sword chi struck Yu Fan's sword and produced a clear thrum. However, Yu Fan's attack towards Mo Yan's undergarments was directly knocked off course. Not only that, but when the sword chi collided with Yu Fan's sword, Yu Fan felt an indescribably tremendous force pass through the sword in his hand. It surged into his right arm in an extremely violent manner. Immediately, he felt intense pain, causing Yu Fan to involuntarily cry out miserably. His originally sickly pale face was now completely drained of blood. Yu Fan's cry was truly earth-shattering. It rang through almost half of the Mo clan. His entire right arm had vanished, and a pile of flesh and blood had appeared on the ground. Young Master! Before the reciprocity guards from the Atomo's sword sect could return to their senses from the shock of Zhou Bing being blown away by Jianshan's punch, they were roused by Yu Fan's cry. When they saw Yu Fan's fate from afar, their faces all changed drastically, and they all ran over as quickly as they could. Go get the two elders! Immediately, a disciple from the Atomo's sword sect called out in panic. Their junior master had lost an arm right under their noses. They dared not imagine just how severe of a punishment they would receive once they returned to the sect. This was because all of them knew just how much the sect master loved the young master. Although he was a good-for-nothing, he was still the sect master's only child. He was the sect master's flesh and blood. What's happened? At this moment, a rather oppressive voice rang out from afar. The two elders, Mo Shan and Mo Yun, strode over from afar. They could easily cross several hundred meters with each step, so they arrived before Yu Fan in just a few steps. The patriarch of the Mo clan and Shi Yu had arrived as well. They arrived before Mo Yin even faster than Mo Shan and Mo Yun. Their faces sank when they saw Mo Yan's unclothed state. Sob, Sister Shi Yu. Mo Yan's eyes were red. She threw herself into Shi Yu's arms and began to cry. Her cries were filled with grief and grievance. Ever since she was young, no matter where she went, she was practically held in the palm of everyone's hand. No one had ever dared to bully her. When had she ever suffered such a great humiliation like today? Shi Yu hugged the pained Mo Yin tenderly. Her face was terrifyingly sunken as heavy killing intent appeared in her eyes. She did not disguise her killing intent at all, allowing the two elders of the Atomo's sword sect, Mo Shan and Mo Yun, to clearly sense it. Don't be afraid. With Big Sister Shi Yu here, no one here can harm you. If anyone dares to touch a hair on your head, Big Sister will immediately cripple them. Shi Yu gritted her teeth, basically stressing every single word. She was truly furious when she saw how Mo Yin was barely covered in clothes. The patriarch said nothing as he stood to one side with a sunken face. His gaze was also extremely cold as he stared at the severed right arm of the young master. He was secretly shocked inside. With his eyesight, he could naturally tell that Yu Fan's arm had not been chopped off. Instead, it had been forcefully shaken off by an extremely powerful force. This force was so strong that the severed arm had turned into a pile of minced meat. Jianshan sure is powerful. His sword qi has reached perfection. He looks like an expert of the laws of the sword, thought the patriarch. However, he was unable to tell whether Jianshan was at reciprocity or godhood just from this. This was because he was unable to tell Jianshan's strength at all. From his vague senses, he could tell that Jianshan was at the origin realm, yet not at the origin realm. He was at godhood, yet not at godhood. In the end, he only managed to deduce that Jianshan was an origin realm cultivator based on how Jianshan and Shin Jian referred to each other as brothers. Mo Shan and Mo Yun naturally heard what Shi Yu had said. They knew that Shi Yu seemed to be comforting Mo Yin on the surface, but she was actually talking to them. However, Mo Shan and Mo Yun no longer cared about Shi Yu's threat. They stared at Yu Fan's severed arm as their faces became very ugly. Although Yu Fan had gone overboard in the Mo clan, he was still the young master of the Atomo's sword sect after all. Even if he had gone overboard, there was no need for him to lose an arm. Yu Fan represented the Atomo's sword sect. The people of the Mo clan treating the young master of the Atomo's sword sect so crudely was basically slapping the Atomo's sword sect in the face. Greetings to the two elders. The 17 disciples of the Atomo's sword sect who had surrounded Jianshan all ran over. Every single one of them was panic-stricken as they felt uneasy inside. I told you to protect the young master well. How did he end up like this? You must know just how important the young master is to the sect master. He can't allow anything to happen to him. Look at it now. The young master has lost an arm. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to the sect master when you return? How are you going to appease the sect master's fury? Elder Mo Yun scolded them directly, placing special emphasis on the words the sect master's fury. Instead of scolding the disciples of the Atomo's sword sect, it was more like he was reminding them of the young master's status in the sect. He was hinting that the Mo clan needed to give an explanation for injuring the young master like this, or it would directly affect the friendship between the Atomo's sword sect and the Mo clan. The patriarch frowned. Naturally, he could tell what Elder Mo Yun was implying, but he said nothing. The Mo clan faced pressure from the Liu family and the Ando clan right now, so they could not afford to become enemies with the Atomo's sword sect at a time like this. Shi Yu's eyes were about to spit flames of fury as well. Chapter 1704. Mo Yun's voice gradually became cold as well. Nothing good had come out of their discussions in the discussion hall right now. Coupled with the fact that the young master had been treated like this, their attitude towards the Mo clan underwent a slight change. If it were in the past, before Shi Yu had grown up, the Atomo's sword sect would have never been willing to offend the Mo clan. Even if their young master had been injured like today, they would never fall out with the Mo clan over someone who could not accomplish anything. They would rather minimize the matter. However, the Mo clan faced the threat of the Liu family and the Ando clan now. If the two clans really did move against the Mo clan would definitely suffer heavy losses even if they were not destroyed. Under such circumstances, they naturally did not fear the Mo clan anymore. This was because they were certain that the Mo clan would not fall out with the Atomo's sword sect, much less offend them. The patriarch became furious as well. He snorted coldly and said, "Yu Fan was the one who bullied Yen first. Are we just going to allow our Yen to be injured, but we're not going to allow your young master to be injured? Moreover, Yu Fan has only lost an arm. It's not like it's a big deal. It'll be simple if he wants to recover his arm." Patriarch, are you trying to say that you want to protect the person who injured our young master? Mo Shan's voice gradually turned cold as well. This was a matter that concerned the dignity of the sect, so he would never back down. Moreover, he was certain that the Mo clan would give in the end, as the Mo clan had offended their Atomo's sword sect. They would basically be surrounded by enemies in this region. Brother Jianchen is an esteemed guest of my clan. Just the two of you won't be able to take anyone away from my clan. It's best if you leave with Yu Fan, the patriarch said emotionlessly. Shi Yu snorted coldly as well. She felt extremely furious. The Atomo's sword sect was the one who harmed Mo Yen first, yet they did not mention Mo Yen at all. Instead, they stood up for the culprit Yu Fan. Since when did the Mo clan become so easy to bully? Even two mere elders were bold enough to challenge them in their territory. The Mo clan fears the Atomo's sword sect. Strange, the Mo clan shouldn't be weaker than the Atomo's sword sect with their strength. I wonder why they fear the Atomo's sword sect so much. It looks like the relationship between the four clans in this region isn't as peaceful as it seems on the surface, Jian Chen thought. Afterwards, he clasped his hands at the patriarch of the Mo clan and said, "Patriarch, this was caused by me, so why don't you leave it to me? I'd like to see what the two elders from the Atomo's sword sect can do to me. I'd like to see just how they're going to take me to the Atomo's sword sect." The two elders instead hesitated when they saw how composed Jianchen was. They stared at Jianchen in surprise and doubt because they could not tell what Jianchen's strength was. Originally, they thought he was at the origin realm. After all, it was impossible for a godhood expert to remain unknown. Moreover, there were only so many godhood experts in the region. They had basically seen every single one of them, and Jianchen was not one of them. However, the two of them became rather uncertain when they saw how fearless Jianchen was. Suddenly, Mo Shan seemed to think of something. He said to Mo Yun secretly, "A new godhood expert from the Mo clan seems to have an extremely good friend. This friend seems to be called Jianchen as well. Is it him?" Mo Yun's face lit up. He said, "I remember now. There was indeed such a thing in the reports. It looks like Jianchen is fearless before the two of us because he's relying on that newcomer called Shen Jian." With that, Mo Yun sneered. He said to Jianchen, "So your reliance comes from your friend who has just broken through to deity. If your friend was a late deity, the two of us really might not have been able to do anything to you today. Unfortunately, your friend is only an early deity. Are you still hoping that a mere early deity can protect you? If he had holed himself up in the Elder Palace and refused to come out, we would naturally not have taken the initiative to find trouble with him. However, since he dared to protect you today, then I, Mo Yun, can only teach him a lesson. I will let him know that even if he has become a deity, he is not someone he can provoke. As for you, you better return to the Otomo's sword sect with us obediently and await the sect master's decision." With that, Mo Yun directly extended his hand and grabbed towards Jianchen's shoulder. "What bold words! I'm only an early deity, so I really do want to see how you teach me a lesson with your strength as a mid-deity. Mo Yun, you better receive my attack first. If you can't, I'll cut off your arm as well." However, as soon as Mo Yun finished speaking, a vigorous voice rang out from an elder's residence. It was so loud that it boomed through the surroundings like thunder. Before the voice had even finished speaking, a powerful sword chi radiated out. A dark, metal sword shot out from an elder's residence with lightning speed, flying towards Mo Yun with lightning-like speed. It directly slashed towards Mo Yun's arm that reached towards Jianchen. The Patriarch and Shiyu were both surprised. Their eyes narrowed at that moment as they stared at the sword that shot towards Mo Shan. Shock and disbelief filled their faces. This was because the two of them felt an oppressive pressure when facing this attack. In particular, the powerful sword light that shot out from the jet-black iron sword made them shudder with fear. This was because the two of them could sense an extremely great threat from the light. It was so great that they even felt like their lives were in danger. The Patriarch and Shiyu were astounded. After all, the two of them were late deities, while Shen Jian had only reached early deity a few months ago. However, it was a newcomer like him who could deliver such an unbelievable attack. It was just too unbelievable. Mo Yun did not pay much attention to the beginning. He really did not take a newcomer who had just broken through to early deity seriously. However, his face changed very soon. He became extremely stern at that moment, as well as surging shock. Mo Yun basically drew his sword out of reflex. An earthen yellow light flowed through the sword. To no surprise, he had comprehended the laws of the earth, the power that controlled earth. Mo Yun waved the longsword in his hand. Immediately, a yellow light burst forth. It was as if the shadow of a huge mountain appeared behind him. His entire person seemed to have become one with the power of the mountain. He emitted a monstrous aura as he stabbed out with all his strength. Mo Yun's sword clashed with the incoming sword, erupting with a great boom. Just a single strike had caused Mo Yun's face to pale. The illusionary mountains behind him shattered, and he vomited blood. He stumbled backwards uncontrollably. With every step he took back, the ground would tremble violently. The pair of expensive boots on his feet shattered as well. His bare feet had sunk deeply into the ground. As for the jet-black iron sword, its momentum did not decrease. With a clear sword cry, it carried a surge of sword chi and pierced through Mo Yun's arm. Then, it flew back to an elder's palace without a trace of blood. Mo Yun let out a muffled groan. His pale face revealed a pained expression. His right arm that held the sword had been separated from his body. Together with the sword in his hand, it fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain. Mo Shan stared blankly at Mo Yun, who had lost an arm in a single clash. He was completely stunned. The patriarch of the Mo clan and Shiyu also stared at Mo Yun with widened eyes. They were completely stunned. Mo Yun, you can't even receive a single strike from me, so how are you going to teach me a lesson? The door of the seventh elder's palace opened, and Shin Jian walked out with an expressionless face. The black iron sword floated behind him, emitting a clear sword hum. However, when everyone in the Mo clan heard the thrumming of the sword, they felt that it was filled with an extremely great deterrence. At the same time, the doors to the 5 other residences in the Mo clan all opened as well. The 5 elders all stood at the entrance as they stared at Shin Jian in shock. Their hearts churned. P.S. Please listen to Xiao Yao's Prestige. Zinc Xiao 110. Chapter 1705. A single strike. Just a single strike had severed the arm of a mid-deity, and his opponent was unable to put up any resistance at all. It was an overwhelming victory. Was this really something that someone who had only broken through to early deity a few months ago could achieve? Whether it was the patriarch of the Mo clan, Shiyu, or the 5 other elders, they all stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They were all deeply stunned by the might of Shin Jian's strike. Impossible, this is impossible. This person called Shin Jian is clearly only an early deity, and he has only broken through a few months ago. How can he be so powerful? Mo Yun is a mid-deity, so he clearly possesses an absolute advantage over him, but why can't he withstand a single strike? This is impossible. Elder Mo Shan from the Automo's sword sect supported the pale-faced and haggard Mo Yun. He was unable to calm down even after a very long time. He refused to believe that this was real no matter what. How is Shin Jian so powerful? He severed Mo Yun's arm with a single strike. Heavens, how is that an early deity? Even late deities or even peak deities can't do that, Jianchen sighed. The gazes the 5 elders of the Mo clan looked at Shin Jian all changed. Along with admiration, there was also deep fear. The might of Shin Jian's strike had deeply shocked every single person present. Who is he? He's actually stronger than late deities as soon as he becomes a deity. It looks like this Shin Jian is not simple. Shiyu also stared at Shin Jian before looking at Jianchen. When she discovered that Jianchen's expression remained the same as before, not at all shocked by Shin Jian's strength, Shiyu's heart immediately jumped. Jianchen clearly knows about Shin Jian's strength. Shin Jian is so powerful, yet he still calls him brother. There are only 2 possibilities for this. First, their relationship is extremely close. Second, Jianchen is not weak either. Even if he's not as strong as Shin Jian, he can't be that much weaker. Otherwise, he wouldn't have looked at the elders of the Automo's sword sect with disdain. And I can sense that Jianchen's confidence does not come from Shin Jian. It looks like even without Shin Jian's assistance, he can deal with the 2 elders of the Automo's sword sect. Mo Yin stopped crying as well. She covered her mouth gently as she stared at Elder Mo Yun in shock. She had become stunned. She had never thought that because of her small matter, an elder from the Automo's sword sect would lose an arm in front of so many people. These were godhood elders. In Mo Yan's heart, as long as they were godhood elders, they were supreme existences. Even the patriarch of a clan had to treat them politely. Their status in a sect or clan was only second to the ancestor. Is he really the person I saved? Mo Yin stared at Shin Jian with a strange light in her eyes. Excitement gradually rose up from the bottom of her heart. Mo Yin, I'm right before you. How are you going to teach me a lesson? Shin Jian made his way towards Mo Yun step by step. He did not move quickly, and he did not give off any presence at all. As a result, Shin Jian seemed like an ordinary person. However, his gradual approach created a formless pressure in the hearts of Mo Yun and Mo Shan. Mo Shan supported the heavily injured Mo Yun as he retreated. At this moment, not the slightest bit of dignity and confidence could be seen on their faces. Instead, they were filled with deep fear and terror. Patriarch! Emo Shan clasped his fist towards the patriarch of the Emo clan. At that moment, he had completely abandoned his dignity as an elder. He begged the patriarch. Although he did not say it directly, his intentions were obvious. This was because Emo Shan could vaguely sense that if he did not yield today and continued to act tough, it was extremely likely that Shen Jian would kill the two of them. This was because he could see fearlessness in Shen Jian's eyes. He did not take the Audiobook sword sect seriously at all. The patriarch sighed gently. The Emo clan was currently facing an extremely severe situation. They could not completely oppose the Audiobook sword sect. Brother Shen Jian, please spare them. Although Elder Mo Yun has gone a little too far, he has already received the lesson he deserved. I hope Brother Shen Jian can spare them for my sake. The patriarch clasped his fist at Shen Jian and said extremely politely. Mo Yun and Mo Shan both let out a sigh of relief when they saw the patriarch speak. In particular, when they looked at Shen Jian nearby, they felt like they were not facing a person at all, but a supreme sword. Shen Jian did not agree immediately. Instead, he looked at Jianchen and said, "They've offended you. Are you going to spare them?" At that moment, everyone looked at Jianchen. Before this, no one in the Mo clan took Jianchen seriously aside from the patriarch and Mo Yin. However, at that moment, everyone's opinion of Jianchen changed. This Jianchen sure is enviable. He actually managed to befriend such a powerful person. Sigh, why can't I have the same fortuitous encounter? The 5 elders of the Mo clan all thought the same thing. Shen Jian was already so powerful as an early deity. He was even more powerful than late deities. If he reached mid-deity or late deity, would he not possess the strength to fend off gods? Jianchen waved his hand and said to Mo Yun and Mo Shan, "You can go. I won't pursue the matter today, but if it happens again, I won't hold back." Before he understood the relationship between the 4 clans in the region, Jianchen did not want to cause too much trouble for the Audiobook sword sect. Although he did not fear the Audiobook sword sect, he did not want the Mo clan to be dragged into this matter. This was because Jianchen still had a good impression of the Mo clan. In particular, Mo Yin had saved him and Shen Jian in the past. Mo Shan and Mo Yun did not say anything. They picked up their severed arms and left the Mo clan dejectedly. The other disciples of the Audiobook sword sect all carried their young master, Yu Yufan, and the 3 injured disciples from Jianchen as they followed behind the 2 elders. When they had arrived, they were all dignified. Now that they had left, all of them were dejected and in horrible shape. "Ha ha ha, Brother Shen Jian, I didn't expect you to be an expert who doesn't reveal your true strength. That sword strike of yours really gave me a fright. The might of that sword strike even made me feel a sense of trepidation." The patriarch laughed aloud as he made his way towards Shen Jian. His attitude towards Shen Jian was clearly much more enthusiastic than before. "Brother Shen Jian, I never thought that you would have such great attainments in the way of the sword. You've truly broadened my horizons. I also use the sword, so if Brother Shen Jian has the time, you must give me some pointers." The 5 other elders of the Mo clan all made their way over as well. They greeted Shen Jian warmly. At this moment, the patriarch's face changed slightly. He immediately clasped his fist towards Jianchen and Shen Jian and said, "Brother Shen Jian, Brother Jianchen, I have matters to attend to, so please excuse me. You take good care of these 2 esteemed guests in my place." "Yes, father," Shi Yu replied obediently. Her gaze towards Shen Jian and Jianchen was completely different from before. Jianchen and Shen Jian glanced towards the depths of the Mo clan casually before no longer paying any more attention. They clasped their fists and bid farewell to the patriarch. At this moment, the patriarch stood politely in an ancient hall in the depths of the Mo clan. He did not possess the dignity of a patriarch at all. Before him stood a bare-chested, bald, burly man. From his appearance, He only seemed to be in his early 40s. He was even a few years younger than the patriarch of the Mo clan. Ancestor, why have you emerged from seclusion? The patriarch stood before the bald man politely and asked politely. The bald man stared at the patriarch and said, "A god has appeared in the clan, so how can I not emerge?" Chapter 1706. A god has actually snuck into our Mo clan silently. Ancestor, may I ask who this person is? Is it the person from the Liu family? Or the person from the Otomo's sword sect? Or the Ando clan? The patriarch of the Mo clan asked politely. His face was extremely stern. A god had actually appeared in the Mo clan. This was a huge matter. However, the patriarch felt fortunate that the ancestor had emerged from seclusion at a time like this, or the consequences would have been unthinkable. Although the Mo clan was one of the 4 great clans in the region and possessed quite the strength, where they even possessed several godhood elders, they were nothing before a god. If a god had snuck into the clan, destroying the Mo clan would be as easy as raising a hand. Even if all the godhood elders of the Mo clan worked together, they would not be able to pose any threat to the god. Although there were legendary stories of peak godhood experts killing regular gods in the saints' world, basically only the prodigies of large sects and clans were able to do so. It was impossible for something like that to happen in the Mo clan. The ancestor of the Mo clan looked at the patriarch's shocked face, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. He walked over to a chair and sat down leisurely. He said to the patriarch, "You really didn't discover anything?" The patriarch shook his head and replied in shame, "It's the incompetence of the younger generation. We still haven't discovered the god who has snuck into the clan. If it weren't for the ancestor suddenly emerging from seclusion, I probably wouldn't have known that a god had appeared in the clan." After a moment of thought, the ancestor said, "Speaking of which, I can't blame you. After all, your cultivation hasn't reached that level, so it's naturally very difficult for you to sense anything." The ancestor became stern. He asked, "Xingfeng, let me ask you. Who was the person who severed Mo Yun's arm with a single strike? Why has he appeared in our Mo clan?" The patriarch had never been an idiot. As soon as he heard the ancestor mention Shen Jian, and coupled with Shen Jian's astonishing strength, he immediately connected Shen Jian to the god the ancestor had mentioned. He was stunned at first before his expression changed drastically. His eyes widened as disbelief flooded his face. His heart churned. "Ancestor, are you saying that brother Xinjian is a god?" The patriarch of the Mo clan was no longer able to remain composed. He cried out involuntarily. The news was like a bolt from the blue to him, causing him to become rather stunned. "So he's called Xinjian." "Correct, the god I spoke of is him," the ancestor murmured. "Impossible, that's impossible. When brother Xinjian first came to our Mo clan, he was only at reciprocity. He only broke through to godhood a few months ago, so he's only an early deity now. How can he be a god? Ancestor, are you mistaken?" The patriarch explained in a hurry. He was very confused because Xinjian had indeed only broken through to godhood recently. How had he become a god in the blink of an eye? The ancestor sighed gently. His expression became very mixed. No one knew whether it was envy or jealousy. "Xingfeng, you're right. That Xinjian is indeed only an early deity, but his comprehension of the laws of the sword has already reached God," the ancestor of the Mo clan said with extremely mixed feelings. "What? Brother Xinjian's comprehension of laws has already reached the level of a god? This..." The patriarch felt his mouth dry up as he thought about his interactions with Xinjian in the past. He struggled to believe that Xinjian's comprehension of laws had reached such an unbelievable level. Xinjian is a monster. Countless people in the saints' world have reached the peak of their current cultivation level, but they've never been able to take another step forward because they haven't grasped any more powerful laws. Across the entire saints' world, There are very few people whose comprehension of laws surpasses their cultivation, yet Shen Jian has done it. And I can sense that Shen Jian did not break through with the laws of the sword in our Mo clan. In other words, his comprehension of the laws of the sword had already reached the level of a god when he was at the origin realm. And when he struck out earlier, I even feel like his comprehension of laws has surpassed mine. It's extremely likely that he's a mid-god, said the ancestor. He was extremely envious. He had been an early god for many years already, but he had never been able to break through to mid-god because his comprehension of laws could not progress any further. It was not just him. Even the ancestor of the Liu family, the ancestor of the Ando clan, and the god from the Otomo's sword sect were the same. Their strength had been restricted by the laws of the world, preventing them from reaching mid-god. The patriarch was completely stunned. Shen Jian, who had only broken through a few months ago, actually possessed the comprehension of laws at mid-god. In other words, did that not mean that as long as he had enough resources, he could directly reach mid-god without any obstructions? He was even more powerful than the ancestors of the four clans. Yen has actually saved a god. The patriarch's heart trembled when he thought up to there. Although Shen Jian was only an early deity, the patriarch had already treated him as a mid-god because his comprehension of laws had reached such a level. He would be able to cultivate to mid-god without any obstructions, unlike the other elders in the clan. Even though they had reached peak deities, they would not necessarily be able to break through to God in their entire life. This was because cultivation could be slowly increased through accumulation, but the comprehension of the laws of the world could not be increased through cultivation. It was exactly because of how difficult it was to break through the laws of the world that peak reciprocity experts did not possess a particularly high status in the Mo clan. Xingfeng, let's go visit Shen Jian together. Shen Jian has always kept a low profile in our Mo clan. If it weren't for what happened today, we probably wouldn't even have known that he was a god. Since he doesn't really want to expose himself, let's just go along with what he wants. When we visit, don't raise the attention of others. Also, don't spread what I said to you today, just in case Shen Jian becomes displeased. Do you understand? The ancestor of the Mo clan said. Although he seemed like a rash man, he was extremely careful. Yes, ancestor. I'll go arrange it immediately. That night, the entire Mo clan was brightly lit. Groups of guards patrolled the Mo clan. They were all emotionless and cold. Greetings to the patriarch. Greetings to the patriarch. As they approached the seventh elder palace, shadows swayed in the darkness of the night. Faintly, they could hear the respectful voices of patrolling guards. The patriarch strode over with his hands behind his back. To no surprise, he was making his way towards the seventh hall where Shen Jian resided. Chapter 1707. The patriarch directly arrived before the seventh hall. He did not barge in directly. Instead, he went through a guard's report and obtained Shen Jian's permission. Only then did he enter with the man in black behind him. Jianchen and Shen Jian sat on chairs within the hall. They seemed like they had been waiting for quite some time already. To their surprise, there were two empty, luxurious chairs before them. Please come in. Shen Jian sat on the chair and made an inviting gesture towards the patriarch and the man in black. He studied the man in black. Jianchen said nothing, but he also stared at the man in black. The patriarch chuckled aloud and clasped his fist. Brother Shen Jian, Brother Jianchen, you seem to have known that we would come long ago. I'm really sorry. We've come late and made you wait. There's no need to be so polite, patriarch. We've disturbed you for several months already, and we've caused quite a lot of trouble for you today. It's already good enough that you haven't chased us away. Shen Jian clasped his fist. The patriarch waved his hand without minding at all. Brother Shen Jian, you're exaggerating. It's all thanks to the two of you that my daughter did not suffer too much today. If you really want to talk about it, I should be the one thanking you. The patriarch paused when he reached there. He looked at the man in black beside him and said politely, Brother Shenjian, Brother Jianchen, allow me to introduce you. This is the ancestor of our Mo clan. The black-robed man lifted the cloak on his head, revealing a big bald head. His shiny head reflected the light of the candlelight, which was extremely eye-catching. To no surprise, he was the ancestor of the Mo clan. With his strength, there was no need for him to report when he wanted to enter the halls of elders. If he wanted to, he could directly enter the halls and the guards would not be able to discover him. However, he had come to visit Shenjian this time. Out of respect for Shenjian, he still went through the normal procedures. I am Mo Ling. Greetings, esteemed guests. The ancestor clasped his fist towards Jianchen and Shenjian. He was amiable and did not put on any airs at all. Jianchen and Shenjian stood up and returned the greeting. After exchanging some pleasantries, they sat down. I've always been in seclusion in recent years, hoping to deepen my comprehension of the laws of the world so that I can break through to Midgod. It has been a very long time since I've paid attention to the matters of the Mo clan. Only when Brother Shenjian struck out today did the powerful laws of the sword alarm me. Only after I emerged did I discover that there was actually a esteemed guest like Brother Shenjian in our Mo clan. Please forgive me for my lack of manners, the ancestor said sincerely. He was not lying. If he had known about Shenjian's strength earlier, he definitely would have emerged from seclusion long ago to receive him personally. Brother Mo Ling, you're far too polite. Speaking of which, Jianchen and I were saved by the daughter of your clan. We still haven't thanked her for saving our lives, said Shenjian. Something like that happened? Mo Ling pretended to be surprised. A sliver of curiosity appeared on his face as he asked, Brother Shenjian's comprehension of the laws of the world has completely surpassed mine. I don't think there's anyone who's Brother Shenjian's opponent among deities. Was the person who injured Brother Shenjian a god? Shenjian said nothing. He looked at Jianchen in question. Jianchen thought quickly before nodding towards Shenjian. However, Shenjian's actions made the ancestor's heart skip a beat. He studied Jianchen secretly as he guessed inside. This was because he was unable to tell Jianchen's strength accurately. From his vague senses, he could sense that Jianchen was at the origin realm, but also at godhood. He was unable to tell. Brother Mo Ling is right. The person who injured the two of us was indeed a god, said Shenjian. There are only a few gods in our Dong and province. May I ask who the god who injured Brother Shenjian is? Perhaps I know him and can provide you with some information. I might even be able to provide you with some assistance secretly, said the ancestor. He became rather stern. He needed to be cautious when it came to the grievances of God. It's the ancestor of the Liu family, Jianchen said. He was very calm. It's actually Liu Tian. Mo Ling was overjoyed. He was even slightly excited. The patriarch of the Mo clan smiled happily as well. At that moment, he suddenly felt like his entire body had become much lighter. When they heard that the person who injured the two of them was a god, they had been rather nervous. They were afraid that they would accidentally provoke a god from another organization. However, when they learnt that the god who injured Shenjian and Jianchen was actually the ancestor of the Liu family, they became extremely excited. The two of them became extremely excited. Wasn't the greatest danger the Mo clan faced right now because of the Liu family? The Liu family had already become the greatest enemy of the Mo clan. It just so happened that Shenjian, who had reached Midgod with the laws of the sword and possessed terrifying strength, had grievances with the ancestor of the Liu family. As a result, there was no need for them to worry about anything else when they wanted to rope in the two of them. They could even work together. If Shenjian was willing to assist the Mo clan would be able to fend off the Liu family and the Ando clan even if they worked together. Jianchen immediately thought of something when he saw how excited the patriarch and ancestor were. He asked, Does your Mo clan have grievances with the Liu family as well? Brother Jianchen is right. The Liu family is indeed an enemy of our Mo clan, Mo Ling said excitedly. He hesitated slightly before a sliver of determination appeared in his eyes. He said, Brother Shunjian, Brother Jianchen, I'll be honest. Our Mo clan, the Liu family, and the Ando clan all possess a supreme treasure. Through the supreme treasure, we can enter a secret place to seek out fortuitous encounters. Originally, our three clans were similar in strength, so we lived in peace. However, ever since you appeared in our Mo clan, this peace has been broken. Jianchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard the word, supreme treasure, because he had also obtained a supreme treasure from the ancestor of the Liu family. A gleam of light flashed through Shun Jian's eyes as well, but he remained the same on the surface. Mo Ling continued, Yu Er's talent is very great. She reached godhood in an extremely short amount of time. At this rate, it won't be long before Yu becomes a god. It's also because of Yu Er's existence that the Liu family and the Ando clan have become rather uneasy. This is because they're afraid that Yu will reach an extremely high level in the future, which would directly threaten the status of their clans. They might not even be able to keep their treasures. As a result, the Liu family and the Ando clan have secretly worked together in the past few years, ready to launch a destructive war against our Mo clan at any time. With the Liu family and the Ando clan working together, they basically possess two gods. It's no problem for me to deal with any one of them by myself, but once they work together, all I can do is flee. Mo Ling looked at Xin Jian and Jianchen. He said sincerely, Brother Xin Jian, Brother Jianchen, since you have grievances with the Liu family, I hope we can work together to fend off the two clans. As long as Brother Xinjian is willing to assist our Mo clan in surviving this crisis, our Mo clan is willing to share the fortune of the supreme treasure with you in return. Brother Mo Ling, may I ask if you recognize this item? At this moment, an exquisite box appeared in Jianchen's hand. He opened it without any hesitation, and an incomplete piece of jade lay inside. Chapter 1708. As soon as the jade appeared before everyone, a mysterious presence that made everyone's souls tremble radiated out. The mysterious presence from the jade was a pressure that targeted the soul. Let alone godhood, even gods would feel pressured before the pressure. When the patriarch and the ancestor saw the jade, they both became stunned. Disbelief filled their faces. In particular, when they sensed the extremely familiar presence from the jade, they were unable to remain composed anymore. Their faces suddenly changed, and they leapt out of their seats. Their eyes widened as disbelief flooded their faces. It's the Divine King's jade! Mo Ling exclaimed. If it were not for the fact that the presence from the jade was unmistakable, he would have even suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The Divine King's jade? Looks like Fairy Haoyue's guess is correct. This jade really is the key to a Divine King's dwelling, and the fortune Mo Ling mentioned earlier must be the Divine King's tomb. Jianchen was secretly overjoyed as well. This was truly a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. When he obtained this piece of jade, his greatest disappointment was that he did not know where the other pieces of jade were, nor did he know where the dwelling of the God King was. As a result, he had once considered this piece of jade to be a piece of trash without much use. However, he had never thought that the patriarch just happened to know about the jade, and it seemed like he knew quite a lot as well. He even knew where the other parts of the jade were. Brother Jianchen, why do you have the Divine King's jade? Where did you obtain the Divine King's jade? Mo Ling asked in a hurry. Even though he had already made some connections, he still wanted to hear a definite answer from Jianchen. Jianchen slowly closed the box. He did not put it away in his space ring. Instead, he casually placed it on the table before him. He was not afraid that Mo Ling would try to steal it from him. Now that his chaotic Niden had been repaired, his strength had returned to his peak condition. If they really did end up fighting, he no longer feared early gods. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. This treasure of the Lu family was actually stolen by a godhood elder of the Lu family, Lu Fei. When Lu Fei fled with the treasure, he just happened to come across us. He wanted to use the wonders of his cultivation method to refine and devour the two of us so that he could recover. In the end, not only did he fail to devour us, but we killed him instead. The treasure he stole naturally ended up in our hand. Jianshan said slowly. He smiled faintly. It was indeed a coincidence that he had obtained the treasure. The Divine King's jade is the lifeblood of the Lu family. They can't afford to lose it. Lu Tian will definitely do everything he can to take it back. Brother Jianshan, Brother Xinjian, if I've guessed correctly, you came across Lu Tian soon after you obtained the treasure and were injured by him, said Mo Ling. Only now did he realize that Jianshan, who he did not place much importance on before, was probably not as simple as he seemed on the surface. This was because the Divine King's jade was with Jianshan and not with Xinjian, who had reached mid-god with the laws of the sword. Just this alone meant that Jianshan was no weaker than Xinjian. The patriarch also realized this problem. For a moment, his gaze towards Jianshan became rather doubtful. Jianshan nodded, "You're right. Soon after we killed Lu Fei, the ancestor of the Lu family caught up. He was certain that someone was behind Lu Fei stealing the treasure, so he treated the two of us as part of the scheme. As a result, he engaged in a great battle with the two of us. It was an extremely dangerous battle, where we almost failed to escape. Brother Jianshan, Brother Xinjian, when you work together, you can actually put up a fight against a god," the patriarch cried out. Only now did he suddenly realize that the Jianshan that everyone had overlooked actually possessed such great strength. He could even fight back against a god. Xinjian said, "Patriarch, you've overestimated me. Although my comprehension of the laws of the sword has reached God, my personal cultivation is still too weak. With my peak reciprocity cultivation, I was powerless before the ancestor of the Lu family." Jianshan dealt with the ancestor of the Lu family all by himself. It's just a pity that the ancestor fled in the end. What? Lu Tian fled? Mo Ling and the patriarch were shocked. Disbelief filled their faces as their hearts churned. Not only was Jianshan able to put up a fight against a god all by himself, but he had even forced the ancestor of the Lu family to flee in the end. This piece of news was just too shocking to them. At that moment, Mo Ling and the patriarch's gazes towards Jianshan had completely changed. In particular, the patriarch's gaze towards Jianshan was filled with admiration from the bottom of his heart. Jianshan did not dwell on the matter of the ancestor of the Lu family. He pointed at the box on the table and said, "Patriarch, Brother Mo Ling, may I ask if you can tell us some information about the Divine King's jade?" "Of course. Since Brother Jianshan wants to know the details, I will definitely tell you everything I know," Mo Ling agreed readily. He calmed himself down and sorted out his thoughts. Reminiscence filled his eyes as he said, "This piece of jade is known as Duanmu's Divine King's jade because it contains a sliver of the power of Duanmu Divine King's soul. As a result, it's the only key to Duanmu Divine King's dwelling. We don't know much about God King Duanmu himself. All we know is that according to the records left behind by our ancestors, God King Duanmu died in his dwelling for some reason, and God King Duanmu had a disciple before him. Soon after God King Duanmu's death, the disciple was surrounded and attacked by 6 experts. Although God King Duanmu's disciple was an overgod, the 6 experts were also overgods, and none of them were any weaker than God King Duanmu's disciple. As a result, the disciple could not even escape from the encirclement of the 6 overgods, so he passed away in the end. Chapter 1709. Due to the limitations of their talent, the 3 overgods were unable to reach the level of a divine king in their entire lives. As a result, they wanted to use the fortuitous encounters in the divine king's dwelling to break through, so they secretly came to an agreement of non-aggression. From then on, the 3 overgods would often work together to enter the divine king's dwelling. However, the divine King Duanmu is a divine king after all. It's said that he was a supreme divine king who had ascended to the position of divine king. Even though he wasn't ranked in the top 1,000, his strength was still extremely terrifying. He stood at the very peak among the divine kings. Even though he's already dead, the arrangements he left behind in the dwelling are still extremely powerful. Even overgods struggle to enter. The 3 overgods entered God King Duanmu's dwelling many times, but they were unable to enter the core area in the end. Instead, they were heavily injured by the formations in the dwelling, where they even damaged the very essence of their lives, leaving behind wounds that are difficult to heal. Perhaps because they knew that they would never be able to enter the core area of the Divine King's dwelling, the 3 overgods were unwilling to just watch their efforts go down the drain. As a result, they all established their own clans, and they passed on the information regarding the Divine King Duanmu's jade to the most important juniors in their clans. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He asked, were the clans founded by the 3 overgods the Emo clan, the Lu family, and the Ando clan? Emo Ling nodded, correct. It was indeed our Emo clan, the Lu family, and the Ando clan. Our 3 clans carefully guarded the information regarding the Divine King Duanmu's jade. Only the members of the upper echelon had the right to know about it. Emo Ling glanced at Jianshan deeply. This was the first time their Emo clan had divulged such an important matter to an outsider. However, there was nothing Emo Ling could do. Jianshan and Shen Jian were so powerful that the Emo clan needed to rope them in regardless of the cost. Otherwise, the Emo clan would never be able to fend off the combined forces of the Lu family and the Ando clan. The news of the Divine King Duanmu's jade was important, but to Emo Ling and the patriarch of the Emo clan, their clan was important as well. Between the two, they clearly chose to protect their clan. Although they could leak the information to the powerful clans in the Dong and province and ask for their assistance, Emo Ling was also worried that not only would the powerful clans refuse to help him after he told them about the Divine King Duanmu's jade, but they would instead move against the Emo clan. In Emo Ling's opinion, divulging the information to Jianshan and Shen Jian was the safest method, because both Shen Jian and Jianshan's talent was just too great. Once they went to a peak sect with their talent, they would definitely become prodigies. The nurturing they would receive would definitely be far greater than the value of the Divine King's dwelling. Then what about the ancestors who founded your 3 clans? Jianshan asked. This was the question he truly cared about. They were terrifying existences that could sweep through the entire Dong and province. If they were still alive, he had to be careful, and his plans against the Lu family would have to be delayed. Emo Ling said gloomily, the ancestors of our Emo clan and the other 2 clans lost their life force in the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling, which left behind irrecoverable wounds. As a result, they became weaker and weaker. When the ancestor brought us into the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling one last time, he never appeared again. He has already died in the dwelling. Jianshan immediately let out a breath of relief. As long as the overgod ancestors of the Lu family were dead, there was nothing for him to worry about. Brother Emo Ling, can we enter the Divine King Duanmu's dwelling as long as we gather the 3 pieces of jade? Shen Jian asked. Emo Ling nodded, that's right. As long as the 3 pieces of God King Duanmu's jade fuse together, we can enter God King Duanmu's dwelling. However, God King Duanmu's dwelling is rather strange. We can't absorb origin energy at all. Once we exhaust too much, we can only rely on pills and heavenly resources to recover. As a result, whenever we enter God King Duanmu's dwelling in the past few years, we have to make sufficient preparations. Right now, the Divine King's jade of the Lu family is in Brother Jianshan's hands. Coupled with the piece from our Mo clan, we have 2 pieces. We're just missing the piece from the Ando clan, the patriarch said rather excitedly. Jianshan and Shen Jian looked at each other. Now that they knew the whereabouts of the 3 pieces of jade, they both considered working with the Mo clan. After all, this was the dwelling of a divine king. There were treasures that could even tempt over gods, to the point where they were willing to sacrifice their lives for it. Jianshan, you have to enter the dwelling of the Divine King and form an alliance with the Mo clan as soon as possible. Then, you have to obtain the piece of jade from the Ando clan as soon as possible. At this moment, Fairy Haoyue's voice suddenly rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Mo Ling, the two of us will assist you in fending off the Lu family, the Ando clan, and even the Automo's sword sect. In return, you have to take us into the dwelling of the Divine King." "All right, no problem." Mo Ling immediately clapped his hands excitedly. The temporary alliance between the two sides was decided just like that. Afterwards, Jianshan told the Lu family about the high-grade divine crystals that had appeared in the Dark Cloud Mountains. However, even the ancestor of the Mo clan, Mo Ling, was powerless to do anything about it. He could only watch on from the side because the Mo clan did not possess the strength to interfere. After all, the Mo clan was no longer the same as before. Ever since the overgod ancestor had died, the Mo clan, Lu family, and Ando clan had gradually declined. The patriarch left the 7th hall with Mo Ling. When he left, Mo Ling still wore his black cloak, concealing his appearance. He left in an extremely low-key manner. No one in the Mo clan knew that the god ancestor of the Mo clan had already emerged from seclusion and had a long conversation with Jianshan and Xinjian. When the patriarch left, he left behind a generous gift. It was a pouch containing 2 million mid-grade divine crystals. "I was just about to say that I ran out of divine crystals, so I planned on getting some from you. I never thought that the patriarch would give us such a huge pile. I think I'll be able to break through to mid-deity in a month at most," Jianshan said. Xinjian did not stand on ceremony with Jianshan at all. He directly accepted the 2 million low-grade divine crystals and continued his seclusion. Jianshan smiled and did not pay any attention to the divine crystals. If there was enough time and cultivation resources, he did hope that Xinjian could break through to late deity in a single stroke before dealing with the ancestor of the Lu family. This was because the more powerful they were, the slimmer the chances of the ancestor of the Lu family's escape would be. The next morning, the young lady of the Mo clan, Mo Yen, could clearly sense that her father seemed to have become a completely different person overnight. He smiled happily the entire day, and not only did he look at her with a much stranger gaze, he even constantly praised her, which left Mo Yen confused. She was rather confused by what was going on. The Automo's sword sect, one of the 4 great clans, resided within a misty mountain range. At this moment, the sect master and all the godhood elders of the Automo's sword sect had gathered in the main hall of the sect. The junior sect master of the Automo's sword sect and the 2 elders, Mo Yun and Mo Shan, were present as well. However, the Automo's sword sect's young master Yu Fan and elder Mo Yun's right arms were empty. Anyone with eyes could tell that they only had one arm. The Mo clan is just too arrogant. They actually chopped off elder Mo Shan's arm. That's basically a slap to the face of our Automo's sword sect. We went to propose marriage with generous gifts, but so be it if the Mo clan refused, but they actually chopped off elder Mo Shan's arm. Even Yu Fan was heavily injured. They've gone too far. The elders of the Automo's sword sect all spoke with righteous indignation. Although none of them liked Yu Fan, they were on very good terms with the 2 elders. They all felt extremely furious when they saw how Mo Yun had been humiliated. The sect master of the Automo's sword sect sat on the sect master's throne with a sunken face. Yu Fan was his only son. He had always doted on his son since he was young, cherishing him very much. He could not even bear to scold or beat him, yet he had suffered such a great loss in the Mo clan. This made him furious. Killing intent surged from his body as his eyes seemed to spit fire. It doesn't matter what the reason is. Since the Mo clan dared to chop off my son's arm, our Automo's sword sect is bold enough to destroy their hopes as well, the sect master said coldly. That's right. Sect master, we have to make the Mo clan pay the price. We have to let them know that our Otomo's sword sect is not so easy to provoke. An elder clasped his fist. The sect master of the Otomo's sword sect nodded slightly. Cold killing intent filled his eyes as he growled, "Don't worry, this matter won't end here. When the Lu family and the Ando clan start fighting with the Mo clan, I'll ask the ancestor to personally take action and kill Shiyu so that the Mo clan can suffer. The Mo clan is about to be destroyed anyway, so there's no need for our Otomo's sword sect to fear them." Chapter 1710. In the blink of an eye, a month had already passed since Shin Jian had severed Mo Yun's arm. Although Shin Jian had not officially become the seventh elder of the Mo clan, all the elders in the Mo clan held him in high regard after he displayed his shocking strength. All of them clearly treated him much more warmly, and some of them even showed some respect and admiration. As his status increased, the elders of the Mo clan would often visit the seventh elder's residence, but without any exception, none of them managed to see Shin Jian. Even Jianshin rarely appeared in the Mo clan. The two of them had entered seclusion together, so the elders who came to visit could only return empty-handed in the end. Currently, only the patriarch and the ancestor of the Mo clan knew about the strength of Jianshin and Shin Jian. Only the two of them understood that Jianshin, who always kept a low profile, was the most powerful person in the Mo clan. However, the patriarch and the ancestor kept this information extremely well guarded. They did not let a third person know about it. Even Shiyu had no idea. This was because Jianshin and Shin Jian had become the greatest trump card of the Mo clan. They were their greatest reliance. At the same time, they were their greatest trump card against the Lu family and the Ando clan. During this month, Shin Jian remained in seclusion, working hard to reach mid-deity. Although Jianshin was unable to increase his chaotic body, he still comprehended the laws of the sword in the secret room. I can condense the first strand of profound sword chi at the major achievement of sword origin, the second at the great perfection of sword origin, the third at the major achievement of sword spirit, the fourth at the great perfection of sword spirit, and the fifth at the major achievement of sword immortal. However, I need to be a sword god to condense the ninth strand of profound sword chi. Jianshin sat in the secret room as his calm eyes shone with a sharp light. Just the light from his eyes was enough to illuminate the gloomy room. The sword spirits said that there is no such thing as minor achievement, partial achievement, or major achievement in Sword God. Sword God is the limit of the laws of the sword. In the past, only the old master of the sword spirits and the greatest expert of the immortals world, the Nirvanic Immortal Exalt, had reached Sword God. It looks like Sword God is equivalent to the 100th layer of the laws of the saints' world, Jianshin thought. 100th layer of laws was the limit. A supreme figure like that had already fused with the laws, becoming an existence akin to the laws of the world. They represented one of the 3,000 ways, becoming supreme and extremely terrifying. Sword God is still far too distant from me. I only hope to reach the great perfection of sword origin right now. Once I reach the great perfection of sword spirit, I'll be able to condense a second strand of profound sword chi. Not only will it increase the power of my first strand of profound sword chi, but I'll also be able to use two strands of profound sword chi at the same time. Back then, the ancestor of the Lu family only managed to survive by using several defensive treasures to block my first strand of profound sword chi with his strength as an early god. If he did not have those defensive treasures, he might have even been slain by my first strand of profound sword chi. If I reach the great perfection of sword origin and the profound sword chi becomes even more powerful, it'll be impossible for an early god like the ancestor of the Lu family to block a single strand of profound sword chi as long as it's not something too extraordinary. If I use two strands of profound sword chi, I might even be able to kill mid-gods directly, Jianshin thought. His heart was filled with eagerness and desire. Since he was unable to increase his chaotic body, the only way he could increase his strength was to make a breakthrough in his comprehension of the laws of the sword. If he could reach the great perfection of sword soul and condense a second strand of profound sword chi, there would be less than a handful of people who could threaten him even in the Dong-an province. I've already reached the major achievement of sword soul for quite some time. I'm only a step away from perfection. I just need a little more time, and I'll be able to reach it. Jianshan's gaze deepened. Every single step that other people took to comprehend the laws of the sword was extremely difficult, requiring a long period of time. However, in Jianshan's eyes, he only needed a tiny bit of time that seemed insignificant to other people if he wanted to take a step further with the laws of the sword. After all, Jianshan's talent was extremely great, and his affinity with the laws of the sword was extremely great. He was basically a natural master of the sword. At this moment, a powerful presence suddenly appeared nearby. At the same time, the origin energy in the surroundings began to surge, forming a tremendous swirl of origin energy above the 7th hall a while later. Shen Jian has broken through. Jianshan's eyes lit up as he immediately emerged from seclusion. At the same time, the 6 elders who were in seclusion in the other 6 halls opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at the 7th hall and all of them were shocked. This is Shen Jian's presence. Shen Jian has actually broken through again? How can Shen Jian's cultivation speed be so fast? He's only been an early deity for so long, yet he's already reached mid-deity. Just how does Shen Jian cultivate? In just a few months, he's gone from early deity to mid-deity. If this continues, he won't need much longer to become a god. Why is his talent even more impressive than Shi Yu's? None of the elders of the Mo clan were able to remain composed. They all stared at the 7th hall in shock. Only the patriarch remained the same as before, as if all of this was only natural. The patriarch and the 6 elders had all gathered outside Shen Jian's hall. They had come to congratulate Shen Jian on his breakthrough. There were only a few godhood elders in the Mo clan. To them, every single step forward was an extremely difficult matter. As a result, whenever an elder broke through, it would be a joyous occasion in the Mo clan. The white-robed Jianchen stood in the center of the hall with his hands behind his back. Although he did not give off any presence at all, he gave off the feeling that he had become a sharp sword. Jianchen's gaze was no longer as calm as before. Instead, it had become extremely sharp, like an unsheathed sword, shining with the sharpness it should possess. He had already waited for several months for Shen Jian to break through to mid-deity. Jianshan looked outside the main entrance. His sharp gaze seemed to be able to pierce through the various obstructions, allowing him to see the patriarch and the 6 elders standing outside. His lips moved slightly, and he said to the guards at the entrance secretly, "Let them return. Say that Shen Jian is continuing his seclusion and is unable to receive guests." A peak reciprocity guard immediately hesitated when he heard Jian Chen's message. After all, these people were all the godhood elders of the Mo clan. Even the patriarch of the Mo clan was present. However, the hesitation only appeared for a split second before vanishing from the guard's face. He left politely and passed on Jianshan's message to everyone. The patriarch did not mind at all. After chuckling aloud, he clasped his fist towards the 7th hall before leaving with Shi Yu. He was not displeased at all. The rest of the godly state elders also smiled embarrassedly and returned to their palaces. Shen Jian is even more arrogant than me. Shi Yu followed beside the patriarch. She was rather displeased. If Shen Jian refused to see the other elders, she would not mind at all. After all, Shen Jian did indeed possess the strength to do so. However, he had even refused to see her foster father. That was a little too much. After all, her foster father was the patriarch of the Mo clan. Don't be rude. However, before Shi Yu had even finished speaking, the patriarch of the Mo clan suddenly stopped her. The patriarch's face changed slightly as he walked beside him. He immediately scolded him sternly. Shiyu was stunned. She rarely saw such a serious expression on her foster father's face. Foster father? Shiyu was rather confused. Even if Shunjian was very powerful, able to sever Mo Yun's arm with a single strike, there was no need for her foster father to act like this. The patriarch was stern. He said to Shiyu, You have to be polite to brother Jianchen and brother Shunjian in the future. You have to be more respectful. You can't make the two of them unhappy. Do you understand? With that, the patriarch directly left. He had watched Shiyu grow up, so he trusted her greatly. Although he could not directly tell her about Jianchen and Shunjian's strength, he had already secretly expressed some things to Shiyu through this method. Shiyu stared at her foster father's back as she thought about what her foster father had said before. She became surprised and doubtful. Chapter 17:11. After breaking through to mid-deity, Shunjian spent a few more days consolidating his foundation before emerging. When do we set off? Shunjian immediately asked after meeting Jianchen. He did not engage in excessive small talk. With their current relationship, there was no need for that. Let's do it tonight, said Jianchen. Killing intent filled his eyes. The ancestor of the Lu family knew his most important secret, so he had to eliminate the ancestor of the Lu family, no matter what the price was. Shunjian nodded. After reaching mid-deity, coupled with his comprehension of the laws of the sword at the major achievement of sword origin, he could even take on early gods alone. If he worked with Jianchen, killing early gods would be a piece of cake. That night, Jianchen and Shunjian left the Mo clan silently. Only the ancestor, Mo Ling, who had reached God, sensed their departure slightly. Everyone else, including the patriarch, had no idea. In a secret room in the depths of the Mo clan, Mo Ling's eyes flickered with eagerness as he looked outside. He murmured, Looks like Shunjian and Jianchen are already about to move against the Lu family. They've only just broken through, yet they're already so eager. Looks like the two of them are vicious people who will definitely take revenge, but they just happen to possess such great power and talent. We can't afford to offend people like them no matter what. Unless we completely wipe them out, even the peak sects of the Saints' world probably won't be able to bear the consequences once they mature. I wonder what kind of luck Mo Yin has. The two people she casually saved from outside are actually so extraordinary. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for our Mo clan, but at the very least, their existence is a blessing for our Mo clan right now, Jianchen sighed. Jianchen and Shunjian flew towards the Lu family with lightning speed. Under their full speed, they crossed several kilometers in just 4 hours and appeared near the Lu family. This time, Jianchen and Shunjian came prepared. They were confident that they could stop the Lu clan's ancestor and prevent him from escaping again. Moreover, once the ancestor of the Lu family died, the remaining people of the Lu family would pose no threat to the two of them. At that time, all the wealth the Lu family had accumulated over countless years would belong to them. Although the wealth might not be enough for Jianchen to reach the 10th layer of the chaotic body, it would be more than enough for Shunjian to break through again. It might even be enough for Shunjian to directly become a god. Once Shunjian became a god, coupled with his battle prowess, Jianchen and Mo Ling, they would even have the right to negotiate with the powerful clans in the Dong'an province. Not good, many heavenly gods have appeared in the Lu family. However, as soon as they approached the ancestral estate of the Lu family, Jianchen's face changed. He immediately concealed his presence with Shunjian and approached carefully. As the two of them were still some distance away from the ancestral estate, the gods gathered in the Lu family all gave off powerful presences. When the presences of several gods mixed together, the presence became even more powerful. Even from very far away they could clearly sense it. As a result, when Jianchen discovered the gods failed to notice Jianchen and Shunjian because they were too far away. Jianchen and Shunjian approached the ancestral estate carefully. From afar, they discovered that there were actually 6 gods gathered in the air above the Lu family. They bathed in light, making it impossible to see their figures clearly. They illuminated the surroundings as their presences clashed with one another. At the same time, they enveloped the entire Lu family. Lu family, have you considered whether you're willing to work with our Dessen clan? At this moment, a dignified voice rang out from above the Lu family. One of the gods hovering in the air had spoken. Lu family, our Shangyan clan can be said to be extremely sincere. We sincerely invite you to form an alliance with our Shangyan clan. What do you think? A second voice filled with majesty sounded. The person who spoke was also a heavenly deity. Our Jin family invites the patriarch of the Lu family as a guest. Our Kong family also invites the patriarch of the Lu family as a guest. The 6 gods hovering above the Lu family all spoke. They each represented a powerful clan. In the distance, Jianchen and Xinjian became stern when they saw this. They were familiar with the clans that the 6 gods represented. They were the powerful clans in the provincial city of the Dong'an province. Every single one of them was far more powerful than the Emo clan, Atomo's sword sect, Ando clan, and Lu family. This was because the minimum requirement to enter the provincial city was 3 early gods, and that was only the minimum requirement. In reality, many of the powerful clans in the provincial city possessed mid-gods or even a few late god. It looks like the Lu family's high-grade divine crystal mine has been exposed. Many powerful clans in the Dong'an province know about it, Xinjian said sternly. The thing that they dreaded the most had finally happened. At this moment, another god's presence flew over from afar. An old man arrived at the Lu family with lightning speed. When he saw the gods gathered above the Lu family, his face became extremely sunken. Ancestor, you've finally returned. The patriarch of the Lu family immediately let out a sigh of relief when he saw the return of the old man. The gods of the powerful clans in the provincial city had gathered in the Lu family, which placed a lot of pressure on the patriarch. The old man was the patriarch of the Lu family, Lu Tian. He had finally hurried back from the royal capital at this crucial moment. However, he had never thought that he would encounter the thing that he did not want to happen the most as soon as he returned. Lu Tian hovered in the air with a sunken face. After a moment of silence, he clasped his hands at the gods and said, "Everyone, please come into the hall for a chat." The 6 gods all clasped their hands at Lu Tian. After all, Lu Tian was also a god, so his status was on par with theirs. Afterwards, they all followed Lu Tian into the Lu family. "Looks like we won't be able to kill Lu Tian for now," Jianchen said to Xinjian secretly in the distance as he carefully concealed his presence. He was emotionless. Xinjian nodded and asked, "What do we do next?" Jianchen remained silent for a while before gritting his teeth. "Let's go to the Dark Cloud Mountains. I hope the people from the powerful clans haven't been sent there yet." Immediately, Jianchen and Xinjian hurried off to the Dark Cloud Mountains. A black-clothed man stood in front of a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes with his back bowed in a huge estate within the provincial city. "Patriarch, the news of the Dark Cloud Mountains has been leaked. Many clans in the provincial city have learnt about it. The Lu family has already sent several gods," said the black-clothed man. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He sighed gently and said, "It's already been leaked? We've already done everything we can to prevent the news from spreading, but they still manage to learn about it. However, they've moved a little too quickly. Ancestor Hua has yet to return from his travels. Zhang-Yi, you can go." Ando Fu, who had been tasked by the ancestor of the Lu family to watch over the Dark Cloud Mountains, emerged from a cave. He said helplessly, "The powerful clans still managed to learn about this in the end. Sai, the gods from the powerful clans have already gone to the Lu family. Before long, the mine will change owners. There's no point in me staying here any longer." Ando Fu arrived at the chasm and directly found the deity elder of the Lu family who watched over the place. He said, The people from the provincial city have already arrived at the Liu family. I've basically completed what Liu Tian entrusted me with. I'll be leaving soon. The elder of the Liu family bowed towards Ando Fu politely before handing over a space ring with both hands. He said, "Thank you for your trouble, senior." Chapter 17:12. The godhood elder of the Liu family stared at Ando Fu's departing figure, and the respect on his face quickly vanished. Mockery filled his face as he whispered, "The ancestor of the Ando clan sure is greedy. He's only been cultivating here for a few months, yet he's already taken half of our divine crystals. Although we've only mined half of the divine crystals in a few months, the people who are mining the divine crystals are no longer sainthood cultivators. Instead, they've all been replaced by origin realm guards of our Liu family, so the rate at which they mine the divine crystals is obviously incomparable to the sainthood cultivators. I wonder why the patriarch has agreed to such a request. In my opinion, giving the Ando clan a third of the divine crystals is already the limit." The elder sighed again when he reached there. He became regretful. "It's just a pity that the mysterious expert who attacked our mine a few months ago hasn't appeared again. The Ando clan has taken advantage of us for nothing." A short old man quickly ran over from afar. He nodded and bowed to the elder. "Elder Liu Yun, we've been mining more and more high-grade divine crystals these days. I believe that it's extremely likely that there's a high-grade divine crystal mine here. Elder Liu Yun, look at this." The short old man quickly pulled out a head-sized, transparent crystal from his space ring. To no surprise, it was a high-grade divine crystal. Even Elder Liu Yun had never seen such a large high-grade divine crystal mine before. He immediately became surprised, but his face soon darkened. He sighed, "Let alone a high-grade divine crystal mine, so what if it's a supreme-grade divine crystal mine? This place is going to change owners very soon. If we have to blame someone, we can only blame our Liu family for not having enough strength to take over the treasures here. Pass down the order that everyone needs to mine faster. The gods of the Dong and province have already appeared in the clan, so people from the Dong and province will appear here very soon as well. We need to mine as many high-grade divine crystals as possible before they arrive." "Yes, Elder Liu Yun. I'll pass down the order immediately." The short old man became stern as well before quickly running off. This old man used to be the chief steward of this place, but since a few months ago, when a deity realm elder took charge of this place, he was reduced from a high and mighty chief steward to a miner who mined divine crystals. He was not the only one. All the guards here had become miners as well. Aside from the elder, no one stood around doing nothing. Before long, two figures shot over with lightning speed from the outskirts of the dark cloud mountains. They moved extremely quickly, appearing above an underground abyss in a short while. A powerful sword intent permeated the surroundings, filling the surroundings in a single moment. Below the abyss was where the high-grade divine crystal mine was located. Liu Yun's face suddenly changed. He raised his head and stared at the sky. He saw two figures slowly descend from the sky. One of them only seemed to be in his 20s. His white clothes and long hair fluttered in the wind. His handsome face was filled with determination, and his eyes were as sharp as swords. The other person was a middle-aged man in gray robes. He had an ordinary face and seemed nothing special at all. He was the type that would not stand out in a crowd. Even though his appearance was very ordinary, he gave off a powerful sword chi that made even Liu Yun shiver. Liu Yun felt like he was not facing a person, but a sword that surged with sword chi. The two of them were Jianchen and Shen Jian. "It's you." Liu Yun's face changed when he saw the two of them. Although this was the first time he had seen Jianchen and Shen Jian, he was not unfamiliar with them at all. In the past, the Liu family had spent quite a lot of effort to find the two of them, and they knew long ago that the two of them had always been in the Emo clan. However, the ancestor of the Liu family feared them, so he never came to settle his debt with the Emo clan. At the same time, The attack on the mine a few months ago was found to be Jianqin's doing. Jianqin and Xin Jian had already been listed as great enemies by the Lu family. They've come with ill intentions. Have they come to steal the divine crystals we've mined? God damn it, why did they have to come now of all times? Did that old bastard Ando Fu know that the two of them were coming, so he left early? No, I need to contact the ancestor as soon as possible. Without a god, it's impossible to stop the two of them. Lu Yun became extremely stern. With a flip of his hand, a jade talisman specially used for communication appeared in his hand. He was about to activate it. However, at this moment, the temperature in the surroundings suddenly plummeted. Snow drifted down from the sky, and Lu Yun only saw a dazzling flash. His wrist that held the jade talisman had been severed. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Jianqin had silently appeared before Lu Yun with the flying snow sword. To no surprise, he held the jade talisman that Lu Yun had prepared for communication in his left hand. Lu Yun grunted as he stared at Jianqin, who had appeared before him like he had teleported. Shock filled his face as he endured the pain from his wrist and quickly retreated. His heart churned. A god. He's definitely a god. Only a god can make me helpless. It's over. It's all over now. Lu Yun was extremely unwilling to accept this. He knew that it would be very difficult for him to protect his wealth before a god. Even if he fought with his life on the line, he would not be able to change anything. Jianqin stared at Lu Yun and said indifferently, "You should be an elder of the Lu family, right? Seeing how difficult it has been for you to cultivate, I don't want to kill you. Hand over your space ring. I think you know very well which is more important between your life and your wealth. I'll leave the outside to you. I'll go take a look in the mines." With that, Xin Jian disappeared with a flash. He had already entered the mines. In just a few seconds, there were vague cries of surprise, accompanied by a few miserable cries. Lu Yun became even more sorrowful when he sensed the disturbance in the mines. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. He had already realized that Xin Jian was harvesting the people in the mines. "Take it. I hope you'll keep your promise." Lu Yun closed his eyes and removed the space ring from his hand. He directly tossed it to Jianqin. Jianqin caught the space ring casually. He looked at Lu Yun meaningfully and smiled. "There's also the one on your head." Lu Yun's face stiffened when he heard that. He opened his eyes and stared at Jianqin with unwillingness. Without saying anything, he obediently untied his hair and took out a space ring from his bag, tossing it to Jianqin. Jianqin fiddled with the two space rings he had obtained from Lu Yun. He immediately sent the senses of his soul into them to check the items inside. Soon after, a sliver of joy appeared on his face. Just the divine crystals in the two space rings far exceeded what he had obtained last time. This was because most of them were mid- and high-grade divine crystals. Very soon, Xin Jian emerged from the mines as well. He nodded at Jianqin in satisfaction. Jianqin flipped his hand and the space rings he had obtained from Lu Yun disappeared. He then left with Xin Jian. The two of them left as quickly as they had come. After all, stealing the space rings from the miners this time was clearly much easier than last time. They basically did not need to waste much time. Only after the two of them had left did the Origin Realm miners hurriedly run out of the mine in panic. "Oh no, Elder Lu Yun. Someone broke into the mines and stole all our space rings. They were filled with the divine crystals I dug out after so much effort." Chapter 17:13. Within the 7th hall of the Mo clan, Jianqin and Xin Jian sat on the ground as they went through their harvest. They tossed the several hundred space rings on the ground casually. On the other side, a large number of divine crystals had been divided into 3 piles according to their grade. They had already piled up into a small mountain. Dense origin energy lingered around the 3 piles of divine crystals, forming a thin layer of mist. At this moment, the origin energy was so dense that there was no need for them to absorb the energy within the divine crystals. Just by sitting around the 3 piles of divine crystals, they progressed at an extremely terrifying rate. There were fewer low-grade divine crystals in the 3 piles of divine crystals. Most of them were mid-grade divine crystals, and there were quite a few high-grade divine crystals as well. The most eye-catching one was a head-sized high-grade divine crystal at the very top of the pile. The standard size of a divine crystal was around the size of a finger, equivalent to a centimeter square. If a fist-sized divine crystal was cut open, it could be cut into several dozen or even several hundred standard divine crystals. Based on this calculation, a head-sized high-grade divine crystal was equivalent to several thousand standard high-grade divine crystals. Several thousand high-grade divine crystals were equivalent to several 100,000 mid-grade divine crystals and several tens of millions of low-grade divine crystals. Just this head-sized divine crystal was a tremendous amount of wealth to Jianchen and the others. Shunjian picked up the head-sized divine crystal and rubbed it lovingly. He clicked his tongue. I never thought that our harvest would be so great this time. Just the value of this divine crystal is far greater than what you obtained last time. Jianchen also looked at the huge high-grade divine crystal. He nodded. If we use this high-grade divine crystal for cultivation, it'll be a little too wasteful. It feels like we're wasting a heavenly treasure. In my opinion, we should exchange it for low-grade divine crystals. With our current level of cultivation, using low-grade divine crystals to cultivate is most worth it. The difference between each grade of divine crystal was 100 times more valuable. However, this did not mean that the origin energy within a mid-grade divine crystal was 100 times denser than a low-grade divine crystal. In reality, the origin energy within a mid-grade divine crystal was only several times more than a low-grade divine crystal, but it would not exceed 10 times at most. It was only because the origin energy within mid-grade divine crystals was much purer than low-grade divine crystals. The purer the origin energy within a divine crystal was, the more valuable the divine crystal would be. This was why the price of each grade of divine crystal was 100 times greater, while the origin energy within was only several times more. Moreover, there was another reason. The higher one's cultivation was, the higher the grade of divine crystals they needed to cultivate with. If a divine king wanted to cultivate with divine crystals, they would need to use high-grade divine crystals or even supreme-grade divine crystals at the very least. If they used mid-grade divine crystals or low-grade divine crystals, the effects would be negligible. It would not even be as effective as absorbing origin energy from the surroundings. As a result, the higher the grade of divine crystals, the more valuable they would be. Let's keep this high-grade divine crystal for now. We can decide whether to use it or exchange it for low-grade divine crystals in the future, said Jianchen. As soon as he said that, he became stunned. He looked into the distance. A bald, middle-aged man had appeared there silently. He was the ancestor of the Mo clan. Mo Ling glanced past the 3 piles of divine crystals on the ground, and a smear of surprise appeared in his eyes. He clasped his fist and said, Brother Jianchen, Brother Shunjian, may I ask if everything went smoothly? Jianchen and Shunjian both understood that Mo Ling was referring to whether they had succeeded in killing the ancestor of the Lu family. The powerful clans of the Dong and province have already learnt about the high-grade divine crystal mine of the Lu family. The Lu family has gathered several gods now, so we don't have the opportunity to do anything, said Jianchen. His voice was filled with pity. Mo Ling became stern. He walked over to Jianchen's side and sat down like Jianchen. He said, The gods of the Dong and province have all gathered in the Lu family. This is extremely disadvantageous for us. With the Lu family's strength, they'll definitely have to hand over the mine. However, they'll benefit quite a lot from the powerful clans as well. What I worry about the most is whether the Lu family will use those powerful clans to deal with our Mo clan. Jianchen and Shunjian both became stern when they heard that. After a moment of silence, Mo Ling shook his head again. Perhaps I'm overthinking things. The Lu family wants the Duanmu Divine King's jade the most. Although they can get the powerful clans to deal with us, they're also worried that we'll leak the information about the Duanmu Divine King's jade to those powerful clans. Once those powerful clans learn about the secret of the Duanmu Divine King's jade, they might even turn against the Lu family in order to protect the secret of the Duanmu Divine King's jade. It's extremely likely that the Lu family and the Ando clan will be wiped out. The Lu family won't dare to take this risk. It doesn't matter whether the Lu family is willing to take this risk or not. What we need to do right now is increase our strength as much as possible. As long as we're powerful enough, even the powerful clans of the Dong and province won't be able to do anything to us, Jianchen said sternly. Mo Ling left very soon. Jianchen and Shen Jian both entered seclusion after counting the divine crystals. Shen Jian wanted to break through to late deity as soon as possible, while Jianchen could not make any progress with his chaotic body. All he could do was continue comprehending the laws of the sword. On the second day after Jianchen and Shen Jian entered seclusion, the news that a high-grade divine crystal mine had appeared in the Dark Cloud Mountains spread to the outside world. It caused quite an uproar in the Dong and province. All the powerful clans in the province sent their gods personally to the Lu family. The Lu family felt very powerless in the face of this situation. The 6 clans that had come to the Lu family in the first batch could only be regarded as mediocre or inferior clans in the Dong and province. These mediocre clans still maintained some basic courtesy towards the Lu family, basically inviting them to work together. At that time, the high-grade divine crystal mine belonged to the Lu family. However, when the 3 most powerful clans of the Dong and province arrived, the Lu family's rights to the high-grade divine crystal mine were directly stripped away. The Lu family did not become angered by this. They had expected this to happen long ago, so they had mentally prepared themselves. After the high-grade divine crystal mine of the Lu family was taken away by the 3 most powerful clans in the Dong and province, the gods that had gathered in the Lu family all returned to the provincial city. They continued to discuss the distribution of the high-grade divine crystal mine. Even if the 3 most powerful clans in the Dong and province worked together, they would not be able to claim the mine for themselves because there were over a dozen powerful clans of various sizes in the Dong and province. Even if the weaker clans worked together, they would still be able to cause great pressure to the most powerful clans. After all, the reason why they could become the most powerful clans was because they had a late god ancestor. If they offended too many gods, they would not be able to handle it. At the same time, the Dark Cloud Mountains were completely taken over by the Dong and province. The 3 most powerful clans each sent a god to personally oversee the situation, while all the people of the Lu family had left the mountains. At this moment, the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Tian, sat on the patriarch's seat with a sunken face in the discussion hall of the Lu family. He listened to the report from the elder below. The Mo clan is becoming more and more arrogant. They've actually come time and time again to steal the divine crystals of our Lu family. Do they really think that they can look down on us just because they've invited a god? Lu Tian said coldly as anger surged from him. Not only had the Mo clan stolen the treasures of their Lu family, but they had also stolen the divine crystals they had mined time and time again. This had already angered everyone in the Lu family. "Ancestor, let's work with the Ando clan," the patriarch requested. Lu Tian sat on the patriarch's seat emotionlessly as cold killing intent revolved around him. He said coldly, "The powerful clans have gradually shifted their attention to our region with the appearance of the high-grade divine crystals. We can't delay the operation against the Mo clan any longer. I'm worried that the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade will be leaked. After all, our 3 clans are no longer united. While the powerful clans are still fighting over the distribution of the high-grade divine crystal mine in the Dong and province, it's the perfect time for us to deal with the Mo clan." Chapter 1714. With the ancestors' orders, the entire Lu family began to move. 7 out of the 8 godhood elders of the Lu family, including the patriarch and the injured Lu Yun, were mobilized. Only the patriarch and the injured Lu Yun remained, while 90% of the Origin Realm guards and clansmen were mobilized. Only 100 people remained behind to watch over the clan. At the same time, the Lu family basically took out everything they had accumulated over the years. They brought along a large number of powerful formation discs, as well as various healing and recovery pills. They were quickly distributed. The Lu family had been secretly preparing for the battle against the Mo clan for many days already. Now that they began to move, they naturally moved extremely quickly. Very soon, a large group of Origin Realm cultivators was gathered under the lead of a few godhood elders. All of them were ready to set off. They were stern and radiated with killing intent. At the very front of the group, the gray-robed Lu Tian hovered high in the sky. He had his back to the people of the Lu family as he radiated with the pressure of a god. It immediately caused the clouds in the surroundings to churn. His eyes filled with killing intent stared towards the east. To no surprise, he was looking in the direction of the royal capital of the divine kingdom of Pingtian. Before long, a faint figure appeared on the horizon, flying towards Lu Tian as quickly as possible. The appearance of the figure made Lu Tian smile in an undetectable manner. He was confident that victory was within his grasp. Even if the Mo clan had gained a mysterious god, he was confident that he would emerge victorious in the end. After a few breaths, the figure appeared in front of the ancestor of the Lu family. It was a young woman in a long green dress. She was about 27 or 28 years old and exuded a mature charm. However, the strange patterns on her face ruined her beauty and made her look a little demonic. He, Lu Tian, I'm not late, am I? The woman giggled and directly called out Lu Tian's name. She did not hold back at all. Clearly, she was also a god. Poison god Datura, you've come quite on time. Since everyone's here, let's set off, Lu Tian said emotionlessly. Lu Tian said emotionlessly. With a wave of his hand, he led the people of the Lu family to the Mo clan murderously. Lu Tian, don't forget about your promise. I'll stop the god the Mo clan has recruited for you. Once that's done, I want half of the Mo clan's wealth, giggled the woman known as the poison goddess Datura. Don't worry. Old man will naturally fulfill his promise to you. However, I will have the priority to choose the items within. The remaining half will be yours, Lu Tian said. Poison god Datura giggled. She glanced at Lu Tian and said in a rather regretful voice, Lu Tian, you're so good to this old lady. This old lady doesn't even know how to thank you. Sigh, it's a pity that you've become so old. If you were still as handsome and confident as before, perhaps this old lady would allow you to continue indulging yourself on this old lady. Sigh, what a pity, what a pity. Why did you become like this? Look at Mo Ling, he's so manly. Humph. Lu Tian snorted coldly as his face sank slightly. Poison god Datura's smile became even more resplendent when she saw Lu Tian's reaction. Her voice was filled with charm as she said, Xiao Tian, are you still brooding over the matters of the past? You can't blame me. You were the one who forced yourself on me in the past. I didn't seduce you on purpose. Enough. Lu Tian suddenly stopped. He stared at poison god Datura with a sunken face. He was filled with regret over the matters of the past. If he had known that this bitch was covered in poison, he would have never approached her no matter what. Ever since that incident, he no longer had a child. Poison god Datura giggled and shot a teasing glance at Lu Tian before focusing on traveling. She thought, looks like Lu Tian still hasn't forgotten about the matters of the past. He still holds some resentment towards me. Dealing with the Mo clan probably won't be that simple. I have to be careful. Don't fall for Lu Tian's tricks. Several hours later, the Lu family met up with the people of the Ando clan. The Ando clan had also led over 700 Origin Realm cultivators and 6 deities. They had gathered a total of 1,600 Origin Realm cultivators, 13 deities, and 3 gods to wipe out the Mo clan. This was basically enough to crush the Mo clan. After all, the only true god in the Mo clan was Mo Ling Lu Tian. May I ask who this is? Ando Fu clearly did not recognize poison god Datura, so he asked Lu Tian. This is poison god Datura. She's an old friend of mine. I've invited her to deal with the Mo clan, said Lu Tian. That's fantastic. With 3 of us gods taking action, coupled with the fact that we've come prepared, the Mo clan will be done for. Ando Fu immediately beamed. At the same time, he said to Lu Tian secretly, "Is this poison god Datura reliable? You can't let her learn about the divine King Duanmu's jade. Don't worry, she won't be able to live for long. The mysterious expert invited by the Mo clan isn't that easy to deal with," Lu Tian said emotionlessly. He still felt lingering fear towards Jianshan's profound sword qi even now. However, he also understood that even if Jianshan's profound sword qi was not a treasure but a powerful ability, he could only use it once. Ando Fu remained unperturbed. He exchanged some pleasantries with poison god Datura before hurrying to the Mo clan. In the end, he stopped several 100,000 kilometers away from the Mo clan. With a flip of Lu Tian's hand, a yellow flag immediately appeared. "I bought this treasure from the royal capital after paying a huge price. It can seal up the space within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers, forming a tremendous formation. Even gods will struggle to break through it. With this treasure, the Mo clan will be done for," Lu Tian sneered. Lu Tian sneered. With a wave of his hand, the yellow flag immediately disappeared into the surrounding space. Water-like ripples rapidly appeared in the surrounding space, lasting for a few moments before disappearing. In just a few seconds, the region of 1,000,000 kilometers had been sealed up. Not only was no one able to enter or leave, but even normal communication methods were unable to pass through the seal of the formation. Mo Ling currently sat in a secret room in the depths of the Mo clan, cultivating in seclusion. He comprehended the laws of the world, so that he could improve further and break through to mid-god. Suddenly, Mo Ling's face changed. He abruptly opened his eyes and looked at the world outside. His face became stern as he growled, "I never thought that the Lu family would move so quickly. I had thought that they would have to wait for another century." Aside from Mo Ling, there was another person in the Mo clan who sensed the minute changes in the surroundings. Shen Jian slowly opened his eyes as he absorbed divine crystals in the 7th hall. A dark, metal sword appeared behind him, thrumming as it hovered beside him. Shen Jian ended his cultivation and made his way out of the secret room. He arrived where Jianshan cultivated, but as soon as he approached Jianshan's location, he became stunned. He said, "You sure know how to pick a time. You've actually broken through at a time like this." Jianshan currently sat in the air in the secret room. Resplendent light swam around him, as surging sword intent radiated from him. He had already entered a state of selflessness. Chapter 17:15. Powerful enemies have arrived. Everyone, prepare for battle. Activate the protective formations. At the same time, Mo Ling's voice boomed through the surroundings. His dignified voice was filled with battle intent. "That's the ancestor's voice. The ancestor has emerged. Enemies have attacked our Mo clan? Even the protective formations have been activated. Who is attacking our Mo clan? Is it the Otomo's sword sect? The Lu family? It must be the Lu family. Once the Lu family moves, they'll definitely be working with the Ando clan. Quick, quick, quick. Everyone prepare for battle. First group, get into formation. Second group, get into formation. Third group, get into formation. Fourth group." In the blink of an eye, the entire Mo clan was thrown into an uproar. All the guards and clansmen moved out, taking up their positions and preparing for battle as soon as possible. The protective formations of the Mo clan were activated as well. A huge barrier rose up, enveloping the entire Mo clan. A few Origin Realm members of the upper echelon brought large amounts of divine crystals to the control center of the formation. They poured piles of divine crystals into the various formation cores to support the operation of the formation. At this moment, 7 people hovered in the air above the Mo clan. They all stared into the distance solemnly. They were the Patriarch and the 6 Godhood Elders. Has the Lu family finally moved? I've been waiting for this day. Lu family, I'll show you the strength of our Mo clan today. The Patriarch of the Mo clan stood in the center as he sneered. Perhaps the Mo clan might not necessarily emerge victorious against the Lu family and the Ando clan, but it would not be easy for them to crush the Mo clan. The elders beside the Patriarch were all filled with worry. Surprise filled their eyes when they heard what the Patriarch had said. They were all members of the upper echelon of the Mo clan, so they naturally understood the strength of the Mo clan extremely well. If they faced the Lu family alone, there was naturally no need for the Mo clan to fear them, but once they fought against both the Lu family and the Ando clan, the Mo clan would definitely be defeated. They might even be wiped out. They really had no idea where the Patriarch's confidence came from. Father, can our Mo clan survive this crisis? Shiyu asked. She glanced past the 7th hall as the light in her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Even though the Patriarch was stern, he was not nervous at all. He said, if the Lu family and the Ando clan want to destroy our Mo clan, it'll be difficult. Patriarch, do we still have other trump cards hidden? An elder asked. No matter how he thought about it, he could not think of what trump cards the Mo clan had that they did not know about. Although he knew about Shen Jian's existence, he did not believe that Shen Jian possessed the ability to fend off gods and turn the situation around. The other elders all sank into their thoughts. They were puzzled. The Patriarch smiled silently. Father, what happened? Mo Yen also flew up from below. Her face had become rather pale from fright. She was extremely nervous. The Patriarch's gaze was filled with undisguised love when he saw Mo Yen. Just when he was about to say something, a burly man with a bare upper body appeared before him silently. He was bald, and he gave off a pressure that made even the elders tremble. Greetings to the ancestor. Everyone in the Mo clan, including the Patriarch and the Godhood Elders, bowed towards the man politely. Even Mo Yen knelt down obediently. Mo Ling arrived before Mo Yen and smiled amiably. He personally helped Mo Yen up and said kindly, Yen don't be afraid. The Lu family and the Ando clan won't be able to do anything to our Mo clan even if they work together. Listen to your great-grandfather and stay below obediently. Yes, great-grandfather. Mo Yen replied politely, but she was extremely curious inside. She thought, strange, why does great-grandfather feel like he's become a different person today? He doesn't seem like the same person at all. At this moment, a tremendous presence appeared in the distance. The people of the Lu family and the Ando clan had already arrived. To no surprise, the people at the very front were Lu Tian, Ando Fu, and Datura. The presences of gods radiated out without holding back at all, causing the surroundings to churn. 3 gods. The elders of the Mo clan cried out as they became unprecedentedly stern. Ha ha ha, Mo Ling, it's been over 1,000 years since we last met. I never thought that we'd meet again under a situation like this. I would have never expected this to happen 1,000 years ago. The world really is unpredictable. Lu Tian's voice rang out from afar. It was rather cold. Mo Ling stared at Datura. His indifference suddenly became stern at that moment. The Lu family and the Ando clan had actually invited another god this time, which had taken him slightly by surprise. Was the Lu family not afraid that the news of the divine King Duanmu's jade would be leaked? Lu Tian, we meet again. A heavy voice rang out. Shen Jian appeared in the sky with the Cloudstream sword, standing beside Mo Ling. The patriarch and the 6 elders stood behind Shen Jian instead. However, the elders of the Mo clan could not care about such trivial matters now that they were faced with 3 great enemies. They all began to worry inside. Just what was the Mo clan supposed to use to stop 3 gods? Mid-deity. Your strength has increased quite quickly. Lu Tian stared at Shen Jian with a sunken face. He was not surprised at all. When he fought against Jianshan last time, Shen Jian had harassed him several times with his strength at peak reciprocity. He had managed to survive even after being heavily injured several times. The main reason for this was because Shen Jian's comprehension of laws was no weaker than Lu Tian's. It was just that his cultivation was far too low. Otherwise, how could a mere source energy survive the attack of a heavenly god? Shen Jian knows the ancestor of the Lu family? The elders of the Mo clan were all surprised. With your strength as a mid-deity, you're nowhere close to being old man's opponent. Where's your other companion? Call him out as well, Lu Tian said disdainfully. He looked around and began to search for Jianshan. At the same time, he secretly became cautious. The person that Lu Tian truly feared in the Mo clan was not Mo Ling but Jianshan. However, no matter how he searched, he failed to find Jianshan. The Mo clan was isolated by a formation, so the senses of his soul were unable to penetrate it. After all, this was a powerful formation that could withstand the attacks of gods. Brother Shen Jian, why is Brother Jianshan still in seclusion? Mo Ling asked Shen Jian secretly. He also began to worry inside. Jianshan and Shen Jian were crucial in dealing with the Mo clan and Lu family this time. Losing either of them would change the situation, especially when they were facing 3 gods. Chapter 17-16. We can only stall for time now, Mo Ling said through gritted teeth. Mo Ling said through gritted teeth. The 3 gods made him feel very pressured. With his strength, he was confident that he could take on any one of the 3 gods alone without losing. However, if 2 gods worked together against him, he would not be able to last for very long. However, even if he could keep 2 gods busy, there was still another god and many deity elders. Although Shen Jian's comprehension of the laws of the sword had reached mid-god, making him more powerful than any god present, his personal cultivation was just too weak after all. According to Mo Ling's estimates, it would be rather difficult for Shen Jian to keep 1 god busy. Unless Jianshan, who had heavily injured the ancestor of the Lu family in the past, took action, he would not be able to take on a god. Although Mo Ling had not personally witnessed Jianshan take action, Jianshan's strength was more than enough to heavily injure Lu Tian to the point where he was forced to abandon the treasure of the clan. Brother Shen Jian, let's not go out for now. Let's stall for time as long as possible, Mo Ling said to Shen Jian secretly as he stood within the protective formation. Shen Jian nodded. He also knew that it was impossible for him and Mo Ling to fend off the 3 gods. Stalling for time was the only thing they could do right now. Mo Ling, will your Mo clan surrender or continue to put up a pointless struggle? The ancestor of the Ando clan, Ando Fu, asked. Mo Ling sneered. Ando Fu, Lu Tian, do you really think that you can deal with our Mo clan just because your 2 clans work together and gather the strength of 3 gods? You'll probably end up suffering heavy losses in the end, or even lead to even more severe consequences. Even more severe consequences? Ando Fu smiled mysteriously when he heard that. He said to Mo Ling, that should be what you're referring to, right? A piece of jade had silently appeared in Ando Fu's hand. He held it between 2 fingers as he waved it at Mo Ling. Mo Ling's eyes narrowed, and his face immediately became ugly. He was naturally familiar with the jade slip because he had personally handed it to a clansman in the past. He had secretly arranged for the clansman to stay in the provincial city of the Dong, an province. Aside from him and the patriarch, no one else in the Mo clan knew about the identity of the clansman. The piece of jade contained information about the Divine King's jade. When he had handed the piece of jade to the clansman, He had warned the clansmen several times that the clansmen could only use a secret technique to open the restrictions once the Mo clan faced a crisis, and read out the contents so that the news of Duanmu's divine king's jade would spread through the provincial city. Mo Ling's actions back then were to prevent the Lu family and the Ando clan from working together against the Mo clan. If that really happened, he could use it to threaten the Lu family and the Ando clan. Even if the Mo clan really ended up in the worst-case scenario, the Lu family and the Ando clan would not benefit at all. Instead, they would lose the divine king's jade or even face the destruction of their clan. Yet now, the piece of jade had actually appeared in Ando Fu's hands. Did that not mean that the clansmen he had sent to the provincial city had already met with misfortune? Mo Ling, you should give up now. I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to surrender or do you want to put up a useless struggle? If you surrender, old man will naturally spare your lives, Lu Tian sneered. You're dreaming if you want our Mo clan to surrender, Mo Ling said sternly. Now that the Mo clan possessed Jianchen and Xinjian, he had gained some confidence. Lu Tian's eyes turned cold and he decisively ordered, "Do it!" With that order, the 7 godhood elders of the Lu family and the 900 origin realm cultivators behind them struck out at the same time. Immediately, origin energy surged as over 900 attacks landed on the barrier of the Mo clan. Do it! At the same time, Ando Fu gave the order as well. The godhood elders and several hundred origin realm cultivators of the Ando clan launched powerful attacks at the same time, basically striking the barrier at the same time as the people of the Lu family. Boom! The attacks from over a dozen godhood experts and over 1,000 origin realm cultivators were terrifying. When they landed on the barrier of the Mo clan, a deafening boom immediately erupted. Origin energy of various elements permeated the surroundings, dyeing the space there into a multicolored world. However, the barrier of the Mo clan was extremely powerful as well. It was very tough, so the simultaneous attacks from over 1,000 origin realm cultivators and over a dozen godhood elders only managed to make the barrier tremble slightly. The barrier only dimmed slightly. Mo Ling, I'd like to see just how many divine crystals your Mo clan has. Lu Tian hovered leisurely in the air as he sneered below. None of the 3 gods took action. All the origin realm cultivators and elders from the Mo clan and Ando clan did not stand around idly. They constantly attacked the formation of the Mo clan, and there were even a few origin realm cultivators from the Lu family and Ando clan who stood in formations. They combined the power of several dozen or even over 100 people, erupting with the might of godhood experts. Deafening booms constantly rang out. The barrier around the Mo clan shook more and more violently as it began to flicker. Quick, quick, quick! Place the divine crystals into the core of the formation. A few members of the upper echelon of the Mo clan constantly called out in a panic. They directed groups of guards to provide energy to the core of the formation. At the same time, the sect master of the Otomo's sword sect stood politely on the peak of a mountain shrouded in mist in the Otomo's sword sect. A white-robed, middle-aged man stood before him with his back towards the sect master. He stared at the vast sea of clouds in a daze. Ancestor, the Lu family and Ando clan have already moved against the Mo clan. I beg the ancestor to take action as well so that the Mo clan will pay the price for their actions back then, the sect master said politely. You want the Otomo's sword sect to go to war with the Mo clan for your useless son. Do you think it's worth it? The middle-aged man had his back to the master of the Otomo's sword sect. He did not even turn his head as he spoke. His tone was calm, without any emotions. Ancestor, the Mo clan has gone too far. Elder Mo Yun and Elder Mo Shan visited the Mo clan with Fan not long ago, but in the end, the people of the Mo clan chopped off an arm of Fan and Mo Yun. That's basically a slap to the face of our Otomo's sword sect. If we don't take revenge, where will the dignity of our Otomo's sword sect go? Said the sect master. I have already talked to Elder Mo Shan and Elder Mo Yun about this matter. I know the whole story. The cause of this matter is your good-for-nothing son. The middle-aged man said unhurriedly. The sect master's face changed slightly. He said reluctantly, Ancestor, is our Otomo's sword sect going to just let this matter go? The middle-aged man shook his head and sighed gently. You're so foolish that I really do regret giving you the position of sect master. If you continue like this, the entire sect will probably be destroyed by your hands. The sect master of the Otomo's sword sect was shocked. He immediately knelt down in fear and said politely, Please calm down, Ancestor. Please calm down, Ancestor. It's Yu Hao's fault for not considering the consequences of this matter. It's best if we don't offend the Mo clan. Although the Mo clan's strength is similar to our Otomo's sword sect on the surface, they've existed for even longer than us. Sigh. The middle-aged man let out a long sigh. He turned around and stared at the sect master. He was disappointed and said, Yu Hao, you still don't understand what I mean. Our Otomo's sword sect will not go to war with the Mo clan. The middle-aged man paused there, and his gaze deepened. He continued, however, the Mo clan has chopped off Elder Mo Yun's arm after all. If our Otomo's sword sect doesn't respond to this matter, our status will definitely plummet. We won't interfere with the battles between the Mo clan, the Ando clan, and the Lu family. Once the Mo clan is defeated, we'll hunt down the people of the Mo clan with everything we have. Chapter 17:17. Booms rang out in the Mo clan, causing the surroundings to change color. The violent shock waves of the battle had caused web-like cracks to appear on the ground in a radius of several tens of thousand kilometers. If it were not for the fact that this was the Saint's world, where every single blade of grass, grain of sand, and rock was extremely tough, just a single shockwave would have been enough to destroy a planet on the Tian-Yuan continent. The people of the Lu family and the Ando clan had been attacking for an entire day and night, while the Mo clan had spent a large number of divine crystals to maintain the formation. The divine crystals of our Mo clan probably won't be able to last for too long, the patriarch said sternly as he hovered in the air. The 6 elders of the Mo clan were all stern. Clearly, they had realized this problem as well. Father, I still have over 10,000 low-grade divine crystals on me. It's not a lot, but it'll be enough to keep the formation going for a while longer, said Shiyu. She was the first to take out all her divine crystals. I still have a few thousand on me. I have over 10,000 as well. I have 30,000. After Shiyu, the other elders all took out all their divine crystals as well. As elders of the Mo clan, they would receive quite a large amount of divine crystals from time to time as their salary. However, they also used the divine crystals for cultivation. Coupled with other expenses, they did not have a lot left. As a matter of fact, one of the elders only had a few hundred low-grade divine crystals on him. It was extremely shabby. Shin Jian hesitated slightly before taking out a space ring as well. He passed it to the patriarch and said, I have close to 1,000,000 divine crystals here. Most of them are mid- and high-grade divine crystals. Use them to support the formation. Most of the divine crystals had come from the Lu family, while a small portion had come from the Mo clan. Shin Jian had used them to break through to mid-deity. Shin Jian had taken out close to 1,000,000 divine crystals all of a sudden, and there were even mid- and high-grade divine crystals among them. Naturally, the elders of the Mo clan were astounded by such an extravagance. They all looked at Shin Jian in disbelief. Since when had Shin Jian become so wealthy? Even the Mo clan did not possess high-grade divine crystals. The patriarch's eyes lit up. He did not stand on ceremony with Shin Jian, taking Shin Jian's space ring and personally replenishing the formation cores. Lu Tian hovered high in the sky outside the barrier as he stared at the Mo clan coldly. Although the 3 of them could get through the formation after expending some effort if they worked together, they were unwilling to waste their energy on that. They nurtured their strength and silently adjusted their condition so that they would be at their peak condition at any time. As soon as the barrier was destroyed, they would unleash a barrage of attacks. However, when Lu Tian saw the Patriarch pour out a large number of mid-grade and high-grade divine crystals from his space ring, his face immediately darkened. Heavy killing intent surged in his chest, and in the end, he could not help but bellow out and attack the barrier proactively. This was because the mid-grade and high-grade divine crystals all belonged to their Lu family. The Mo clan was actually using the divine crystals that belonged to their Lu family to maintain the formation, which infuriated Lu Tian. Lu Tian's body was surrounded by raging flames. The divine fire burned the sky, causing the world to turn red. He held a fiery red longsword in his hand and unleashed a torrential might. He directly slashed the barrier with his sword. With a boom, the barrier around the Mo clan directly caved in from Lu Tian's strike. It rapidly dimmed, and the large number of divine crystals in the center of the formation were depleted of all their origin energy in just a few seconds, reducing them to dust. Quick, pour in the divine crystals. With a call, a guard immediately rushed over to replenish the divine crystals in the center of the formation. Ando Fu, poison god Datura, let's do it together and destroy the Mo clan as soon as possible. Old man doesn't want the Mo clan to exist for even a single day longer, Lu Tian said coldly. He hated the Mo clan very much. He thought, if it weren't for that person called Jianshan attacking the Dark Cloud Mountains, how would the news of high-grade divine crystals have leaked out so quickly? With the strength of our Lu family, we can keep it under wraps for several years at the very least, or even longer. Ando Fu and Datura looked at each other and no longer watched on. They immediately struck out together to attack the barrier around the Mo clan. Datura's weapon was a completely green, wooden staff. It shone with a strange green light and was extremely poisonous. She gently tapped the staff in front of her, and it immediately expanded rapidly. In a single instance, it had turned into a huge, round piece of wood that was several dozen meters in diameter, slamming into the barrier. Ando Fu struck out with his hand, conjuring a huge hand that was several hundred meters wide that slammed against the barrier. Lu Tian also launched a second attack. Raging flames rose from his sword, and its might soared to the sky. Similarly, he slashed at the barrier. Just how shocking was the commotion when three gods struck out. All the elders of the Mo clan felt like they were suffocating. They were unable to put up any resistance at all. This is the might of a god. Before a god, deities are as insignificant as ants. The elders of the Mo clan became rather pale as bitterness filled their hearts. With three gods attacking the barrier at the same time, the protective formation of the Mo clan was unable to last for very long. Lu Tian, let me deal with you. At this moment, Xin Jian spoke. He was emotionless as he radiated with surging sword intent. He directly stepped out of the barrier with the Cloudstream sword in hand. Xin Jian, don't, brother Xin Jian, come back. You're still not the opponent of a god. Xin Jian, come back. When the elders of the Mo clan saw how Xin Jian had actually stepped out of the barrier to fight Lu Tian, their faces all changed drastically as they cried out. Xin Jian's stalwart figure stood outside the barrier, his long hair fluttering in the wind. In his eyes, he could clearly see the scene of a flaming longsword rapidly approaching him. However, he did not show the slightest trace of fear. Instead, his battle intent soared to the heavens. He shouted in a low voice, breaking sword style. The flowing cloud sword suddenly erupted with a resplendent sword light, thrusting out like lightning. It's over. Xin Jian is done for. He's actually going to die here with such talent. What a pity, Xin Jian, your talent is very great. Even late deities might not be able to defeat you, but you're facing a god after all. How can you be his opponent with your strength as a mid-deity? The elders of the Mo clan all felt pity as they observed a moment of silence for Xin Jian. None of them believed that Xin Jian was Lu Tian's opponent. After all, one was a deity while the other was a god. There was a huge chasm between them. The cloud stream's sword erupted with resplendent light and finally collided with Lu Tion's sword. With the screech of metal, flames immediately erupted from Lu Tion's sword. Laws of fire wove together, causing the temperature in the surroundings to skyrocket. The vicious flames directly swallowed Shin Jian.